Hey there, welcome back to Gucci channel. Today we are going to build this beautiful application which called Ninja Project, which is a project portal for the user and for the developer community. So this project is built on Next.js, Tailwind CSS, React, Firebase, Next Authentication, and so on. Okay. So first of all, let me walk through this application first, and then we will talk about which technology we are going to use to build this project. Okay. So if you see on the screen, this is a home screen of the application. Quite simple, right? But you will learn how to build it with the minimum code. Okay. So on this project, if you open any of this particular project, right, you will see this information like the image, the technology that they use, the source links, so that you can refer it and who post this application. Okay. Now for example, let me open this particular project, right, which contains the demo url, right, which you can click it and it will open the url as well. Okay. Also you have this youtube video link, the source link, the technologies list, and the name of the user who posted it, right. Also you can sign in with the google authentication. Okay. So it's built with the google authentication, and with the help of NextAuth we build this. Okay. Then you can add a new project. Okay. So if you go to the new project, you can add it from here, and in order to add a new project you need to sign in to this application first. Okay. Once you add this project, it will be available in your profile. Once you click on this profile icon, it will available here. You can see your project list. Okay. You can open any project, and you can even delete your project as well if you don't want to put in your profile no longer. Okay. So you can delete it as well. Then if you go back, right, and you can explore the others people project as well here. And this particular project is completely responsive. If you see, right, depends on the screen size, it will adopt the change, it will change the layout and everything. So guys, watch this full video and you will learn a lot of things. Okay. A lot of different types of technologies if you are not aware of anything. And one more thing, this project or this particular tutorial is completely a beginner friendly. Even though you don't know about the Next.js, if you don't know about the React, Tailwind CSS, or anything, even though you don't know about Firebase, don't worry. I'm gonna teach you everything from the basic, everything from the start, and we are gonna build this application from the scratch. Okay, so let's talk about the technologies. So for this particular project, we are gonna use the Next.js, which is the one of the base React framework for the web. Okay. And if you don't know about Next.js, don't worry, and it's very easy to use. If you know React, that's the Next.js is quite easy. If you don't know anything, don't worry, I'm going to teach you. Then for a backend, we are going to use the Firebase Firestore database. So we will learn how to store the data, how to fetch the data, as well as how to delete, how to make operation on that one. Also we are gonna store images in a firebase storage as well. Okay. So that one also we will learn in this particular course. Then for a google authentication, we are going to use next.js. So if you want to see, right, if I log out from the application, oh sorry, it's log out, then you can sign in by using google authentication. Okay. And that particular feature we gonna use using the next.js, and it's quite easy. You will learn once you will watch this video, you will learn very easily. Then for a styling, we gonna use this library called tailwind css. Okay. And that also will learn everything from the scratch. So guys, without doing any further delay, let's begin to develop this beautiful application. And one more thing, if you did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe to my channel. And the source code of this particular project is in the description, so you can check anytime if you face something. In this particular course, we are going to build this beautiful find and discover players. Okay, and we call it as a ninja player. So in this particular application, you can able to create a post, and you can find the player near you so that you can play with them. Okay. So this is beautiful application we are going to build using the Next.js. Okay. Which is the very much popular react framework on the web right now. Then in order for the authentication, we are going to use NextAuth, and we will add the Google authentication in our application. Okay. Also for the styling, we are going to use Tailwind CSS as we use in our previous project as well. And along with the Tailwind CSS, we are going to use most popular component library called Daisy UI. Okay, so this Daisy UI library is based on Tailwind CSS. So that also we will look how to use it. Okay, and the last but not the least is Firebase. Okay, very much popular database, which is completely free, and that also we are going to use in our application to store all the information. So before doing any further delay, let me walk through the application first, and then we will start to build this application. So if you see in this on the screen, right, this particular Ninja Player application, we have a beautiful logo and these particular buttons, right? So right now, the user is login, right? Let me sign out to the user, right? And if you sign out, you don't see that profile picture. Now if I sign in back, right, you have beautiful this sign with Google option, and then you can able to sign in with the Google Gmail account. Then you can able to search the post with the help of zip code, or you can search with um, the game which you want to play. Okay, and the related post is display below that one. Okay, if you are interested in tracking, just click on tracking and you will see the tracking post. You can open it and you can contact to the user with the help of email ID that who post the use this particular post, and all the information you will see. Also with the help of this UI, you will see how to use this, how to add this model, right? Once you click on any of this post, this application is completely mobile friendly and responsive. Okay, it will adopt whatever the screen you are looking for. Okay, so if you see on a mobile view as well, it will look like this. On the tablet, it will look like this. As I say, it's a completely a mobile friendly and responsive website. Also you can create a new post on your own, right? So if you click on this, you can fill the form and submit it. Immediately your post will be displayed on the screen. Okay, you can handle, you can manage your post by going to the profile section, and here you can manage your profile, you can delete your post, and so on. So guys, if you really want to learn Next.js, so watch this full video. And if you have any doubt, any question along or through the course, let me know in the comment section. So before doing any further delay, let's begin. So in this particular course, we are gonna use Next.js to create our application. So if you go to the nextjs.org, this is the official website of the Next.js. Okay, and you can go to docs, you can learn more about that one. And in this particular course, I'm gonna teach you everything from the scratch. Okay, so for now, uh, in order to create the Next.js application, just copy this command. Okay, in order to create a project, so go to your desired folder where you want to create a project, open the command prompt, and here just type npx create next app. Okay, then it will ask you, do you want to proceed, say yes, and then enter the project name. So in this case, I gonna project showcase portal. Okay, and enter it. Now it will install some dependency like react dom, next, and so on. Okay, it will take few seconds, so we will wait.
A few minutes later.
Now our project is created. So in order to go to project, first go to the project folder. So in this case it's cd project showcase portal. Okay, now you are in the project folder, and now by typing code space dot, it will open the VS Code with your project. Okay, if you see, our project is open now. Now let me walk through some of the files and folders which are important to know. So for first, I ignore the node module. Second, the pages. So pages folder is very important. The routing is based on these pages, right? If you define new if you create a new folder or new file, it will consider as a new page, and it will create automatically a new routing. Okay, so while we are developing this application, you will get to know better once we started. Okay, so I will teach you everything, so don't worry about that one. Okay, if you don't know about any Next.js anything, don't worry, I am here. So now, index.js, this is our initial file. Okay, this is our home page, you can consider. And underscore app.js, this is our starting point of our application, right? Whenever something is getting loaded, right, the all the components like index.js, pages, or the other components is get loaded from this underscore app.js. Okay, so this is very important. Then we have public folder. So in this public folder, whatever the images, assets we kept in the public folder, it can be accessible directly. Okay, in the styles folder, we have all the global CSS files. Okay, and all the style sheet is defined in this particular global.css, or you can create your own as well. Then we have next.config.js. Okay, I will let you know how to use this one and where we want to use this one. Okay, so this is very important. So some of the configuration we need to do in Next.js, and that's the reason this next.config.js file you want to use. Then we have package.json. Most of people know that package.json consists all the dependency with the version and everything, right? And we can say that this is the brain of our application. Okay, so in order to start the application, all these commands, the dependency, the versions are written in this particular files. Now let's run the application first. So go to the terminal. Okay, and it will open the inbuilt terminal for the VS Code, and just type npm run dev. Okay, so it will build the application, and it will open the port number 3000. Okay, if you see, and just open this localhost 300. So it's loading, and once it's loaded, right, it will navigate the by default page. If you see right here, the welcome to Next.js and everything, right, this page is nothing but in the pages folder we have index.js. Okay, and whatever the written in the index.js is display on the screen, right? So we have title, then we have welcome Next.js. So for example, if you edit this one, right, welcome to tube guruji, please subscribe to channel. Okay, if you did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe. Now if I save it, right, as soon as I save it, if you see, the text is changed, right? It's very quick. Let me put it side by side like this. Okay, and if I delete something like this, see, as soon as you save it, it will reflect on the screen, right? Now for now I will remove all of this code. Okay, and save it. You will see nothing on the screen, right? If I say hi, it will print on the screen. Okay, perfect. Now let's install the Tailwind CSS. So in order to install the Tailwind CSS for Next.js, just type it on Google, install Tailwind CSS Next.js. Okay, and it will open very first link saying install Tailwind CSS with Next.js, right? There are some few steps which we need to follow in order to integrate the Tailwind CSS. The first step is to create a project. We already create the Next.js project. Okay, so we'll skip this first step. Then second, install the Tailwind CSS. Then copy this first command. Okay, and paste it in your terminal. So open new terminal and paste it here like this. Okay, next we will execute this second command. Once you execute this second command, it will generate two files called tailwind.config.js and postcss.config.js. Okay, so let me execute the second command. Okay, and as soon as it's executed, right, if you see in the files, we will see these two files, postcss.config.js and tailwind.config.js. Okay, so these two files is created. Third, we need to copy this all of this code. So I will copy this all of this code, and we need to paste it in tailwind.config.js. So open the tailwind.config.js. Here I will replace this code and with the new code which I copied. Okay, and then we have to add these particular three lines of import statement in global.css. Okay, so copy this one, go to the styles in a globals.css. I will paste it here. Okay, and save it. And just now we need to run it. Okay, but in order to make sure it's working, I will just put this line of this particular HTML line in index.js here. Okay, and then I will run it. So let's stop the server first and then rerun again. Now if you see, right, this particular h1 tag has a class name. Okay, and for this class name we have this particular tailwind css classes. Okay, for in this case it's saying text 3xl, and if you hover on it, right, it will give you the font size of 30 pixel, line height of 36 pixel, which is the correspond to css properties. Okay, the font bold is nothing but the font weight they are saying in css like 700. Okay, so this is a kind of shortcuts for the some of the styling in css. Okay, now if I save this one, right, and go back to our project, refresh the screen and wait for a few seconds, and if you see, right, the tailwind css is get attached to this particular hello world. It means we successfully integrate the tailwind css in our project. In order to build this home page, okay, we are going to use current index.js. Okay, because whenever we launch our application, right, the index.js is our default page and which is our home page. So in order to add this header, the hero section, or the list of all the business, right, sorry, list of all the project, we're gonna add in index.js. Okay, but we can divide this page into different components. So this header section we can call as a one component, the hero section we can call as a different component, and so on. Okay, so let's first of all create a new file for the components. Okay, and we can name it as a header.js. So go back to a project first, and I will also open project side by side. Okay, so we are not gonna create a component in the pages, because if you create any file in pages, it considered as a new page and it will add a routing for it. So let's create a new components in a root directory. Also, if you go to the tailwind.config.js, right, we have to make sure the component folder name is need to be similar like these components. Okay, so that tailwind css classes and everything will get attached to that one. Okay, it's applied to that particular folder. Okay, because if you see in the content, it assigned to app, pages, and component, and so on. So let's create a new folder called components. Okay, and inside this component we will add the header.js, which is our component, right. Now if you did not watch my previous video or any of the video, right, I explain every time that you need to install the one extension. Okay, in a VS Code called React ES7 plus. Okay, this React ES7 plus Redux React Native snippet, right. This extension will help you to add the default template, okay, for the starter template. For example, once you install this particular extension in VS Code, and if you type RFC, right, which is the React function export component, which automatically add you a default template for your component or for your file. Okay, so this is very powerful and you can try it definitely. Okay, now we have a header component. Now in order to put this header component, right, go to the index.js. So go to the public folder, sorry, go to the pages folder. Inside that we have index.js, right. So here I will remove this uh, code and this one as well, and here you can import the header, right. So just type headers. Okay, make sure this is importing from the components folder, and once you enter, right, this import components, this particular statement get imported and the header section is there. Now if I save it, now you see header is printing on the screen, right. Right now this is the header is available in the header.js now, which is printing on the screen. Okay, now we successfully add our component into our main page, right. Perfect. Now let's start implementing this header section, right? I have the logo for our project, so I just copy it. In the public folder, I will create a new folder called images, and inside the image, let's open this image folder, and inside this image I will paste my logo. I will rename it to logo. Okay, perfect. Now I have logo folder. Now let's go to the header.js, and inside here, first of all, I will define the image. So simply I will define image source. Okay, and source will be a dynamic. So first of all, I will import this particular image. Okay, so I will say image logo from, and here you have to give the path name. Okay, you can give the path name like the publics, and then images. Okay, and then logo, like this, or you can directly define here as well. Okay, in this case you don't need to define the public folder, complete path, because public is directly accessible. So you can just define slash images slash logo dot png. Okay, and once you save it, you will see this logo is uh, printing on the page. Okay, now let's give some styling and height. So in this case, obviously we will use the class name, and we will use the Tailwind CSS classes. So in order to define the width, Tailwind CSS also provides some default width, right? And if you see the corresponding CSS property of this one, right? In order to provide the custom value for the Tailwind CSS classes, you have to define in a square bracket, and inside that you can give value. So in this case, for example, I will give 4 to 5 pixel and save it. See, it's working, correct? Let's give some bigger value like 75 of my, okay, maybe like this. Okay, and you can define a height, but right now I will not define because it's managing with height proportion. Okay, now our logo is there. Okay, let's add some value. If you go to the mockup, we have the create post, right? So here you can add the create post or create project or add project, right? So then we have these two button and the logo and the user profile image. Okay, so first of all I will add the button. So let's say button, and we can say it, create post. Okay, and then we have another button which say sign in. Okay, and then we have the profile image. Okay, so let's say image. Okay, in source. Okay, and here we will add the dynamic image. Okay, now see here, right? In this case we will add the HTML image tag, but here we add the image. Okay, but we need to import it from the next slash image. Okay, I am adding this because you will understand how next image will work. Okay, now here we will provide the link of the particular image. Okay, and I already have this image. Okay, so I call it user image, and this is the URL. Okay, so I'm taking from the actual URL, and just I will replace here, means not replace, but I will put this user image constant over here. Okay, and we'll provide some height and width. So in this case, let's put width of 60. You can change it later, and height of 60, and save it. As soon as you save it, you'll get this error. Okay, and what it's saying, the host name, the whatever the host name, right, is not configured under the image in your next config.js, because this host name is coming from this particular user image URL. Okay, which is a subdomain of the cloudinary. So in order to fix this issue, right, we have to go to the uh, next.config.js. In here we have to configure that particular domain. So here you have to write images. Okay, and inside this one you have to define the domains. Okay, in square bracket. So whenever you added a different type of image with the different domains, right, then you have to make sure that you will add the domains over here. Okay, and then save it. Now once you save it, you have to stop your server. Okay, and then you have to rerun your server. So our server is running now, and let's refresh the server. And if you see, our image is getting display on the screen. Okay, let's change the height and width of it. So I will just change to 45, and here I will change to 45. Let's see how it looks. Okay, make it 40, and it's look good now. Okay, now let's apply some styling to these buttons. Okay, so I give class name, and let's say padding x to 3, padding to 2, and I want background to be black, so just like bg black, which is background black. Okay, and save it. And then text I want white, so let's make text white. Okay, perfect. And I want the corner to be fully rounded, just say rounded full, which is nothing but the border radius of 999 pixel. Okay, perfect. The similar kind of property I want it for sign in. Okay, so just class name and put it like this. Only things don't want the background to be black, I want a gray background like this, and text to be um, dark gray, so I will make text gray, and you can increase the count, right? So for example 700, and save it. See, it works. Correct. The extra actually comma. Okay, perfect. Okay, and for this image I will also add some class name, so just make the rounded full, so it will be in the round. Okay, like this. Now we have to put everything in one line. Okay, also for a sec I will update change the size of this one. Okay, like this. Okay, now we put in one line. So for this div, okay, just make class name and make it flex, and once you make the flex, it will be in one line. Now we want the create post, sign in, and this image at the right hand side. Okay, so what I will do, I will wrap this three uh, tags button, the two button and image in one div. Okay, like this. And then I will make justify between. Okay, so it will give some space between these two items. And then for this div I will make it as a flex. Okay, so it will be in one line now. Okay, and no stretching, nothing. Also I will give some gap of 5, like this, and if I increase the size it will show look like this. Okay, perfect. And let's give some padding, so I will give padding to 4, and if you see now, perfect, it's working fine. Okay, now let's give some border at the bottom side. Okay, so let's give border of 2 pixel. Okay, I want border uh, to be bottom. Okay, like this, and 2 pixel. Okay, you see border, and you can change the color of the border as well. So we can say for now I want blue color 500, so I give blue color like this. Perfect, that's what I wanted. Okay, and our header is almost ready. Okay, and if you see, everything's look good. Okay, sign in, create post, and this particular button. Next we will add the react icons. Okay, in order to update this create post, because right now if I go to the inspect panel and change to this view to the mobile view, right, and let's update to the tech xr, this create post button and sign in button is too congested, right? So in order to update it, I will change this to the icon whenever this mobile it is on mobile view, right? Otherwise it will show the text. So in order to use the react icons in a react project, right, just type react icons. Okay, and then you will find this first link. Okay, so it's a library for the react icons, so it's very easy to install. Just copy this line of command. Okay, and go to your project and just paste it in a terminal. So let me open new terminal and paste it here. Okay, now in this react icon you will find a bunch of different types of icon, right? So depends on your need, depends on your requirement, you can use any of this icon, right? And it's very easy to use. For now I will use the hero icon, right? So in order to use this icons, right, you have to make sure that you will import this particular hero icon import statement. So let's go back to our project, and here I will import it, right? Then we have to replace this icon name with the icon which you're gonna select, right? So in this case I will select some pencil like thing, right, to create the post. So let's find one. Let's say create or pencil. Okay. So I will select this high outline pencil square. Okay, and just click on it, it will get copied, and make sure you'll paste it here like this. Okay, now the icon is imported in your component, right? In order to use it, right, let's say I want to use it here, right? So after create post I will use it. Okay, so just either HTML tag you have to use it like this. Okay, and save it. Now if you go back to the project, we'll see this icon is get added here, right? So when the screen is size is smaller, okay, or it means extra smaller, then we have to show this icon, and we have to hide this create post, right? So first of all, wrap this create post text inside the span, so we can add some classes to this one, right? So what I will do, I will add the class name. Okay, and initially I will add hidden tag, right? So sorry, class name. So what it will do, it will hide it if I save it, right? If you see, it hide it, right? But when the screen size is smaller and larger, okay, this is very important, right? In this Tailwind CSS, okay, we have extra small screen size, which is a default screen size. Okay, default value. Then we have the smaller, then we have medium, then large, extra large, kind of things, right? And so on. So XS means default, and if you did not specifically mention, then it applicable to all screen size, right? So hidden is applicable to all the screen size until and unless we define something, right? Now we are defining for the smaller screen size, and we can say block means to show it displayed, right? And when the screen size I define is smaller, so this property is applicable to all of this thing which is smaller and greater than that screen size. Okay, so now if I save it, right now the screen size is extra smaller, but as soon as I increase the screen size, you will see this post. See? Okay, now what I have to do, when the screen size is smaller or larger, then we have to hide this icon. Okay, so this class name, and here we can say uh, first of all we have to show it, and then we have to on smaller screen size we have to just hide it, and so save. Now if I can increase screen size, it hide it, right? Let me go to the inspect panel, and if you see, right, this is a larger screen, medium screen, and as soon as I touch it the small screen size, it get hide. See? Okay, perfect, that's what we wanted. Now same thing you have to do for the sign in. Okay, so same logic you have to do sign in. Let's do it, and let me know if you have any issue. The code for the source code for this project is already in the GitLab GitHub, and this link is in the description, so you can check it out if you have face any issue while doing this or implementing this particular code. Now we are going to use NextAuth in order to add the authentication for our application. And to add the authentication, we are using Google as our sign-in provider. Okay, so don't worry if you don't know about the Next.js or anything about that one. I will teach you everything from the start. Okay, so first of all, let's go to this next-auth.js .org. This is official website of Next Authentication. Okay, and once you are in this website, just say get started. Okay, now here you will see this some of the documentation, right? Don't worry about that one. So in order to install or integrate this Next.dot in our application, you have to execute this particular line in your terminal. So copy it. Okay, go to your project and open the terminal and paste it here. Okay, so we successfully completed the first step. Now once it installed, just scroll down, and if you see, right now it has a grid provider, right? But we want the Google provider. So if you come here, right, and here you'll see the provider option, right? I already open and find for the Google one. So this is the particular page for the Google provider. Here you have to add these providers as a Google provider, correct? So if you see, right, uh, before that one, first of all you have to add the API route, right? So you have to create a new file with the this file name, okay, in pages slash API slash auth. So let's come here, okay, and go to the pages. So in our project, go to the pages. Inside that we have API, and inside that I have to create a new folder called auth, okay. Inside this folder we have to create this file name. So I will copy it, create a file name, oh sorry, inside this create a file called next dot and in a square bracket dot js, okay, done. Now copy all of this code, okay, and paste it in a project. Now obviously we don't want git provider, so I will remove the code and I will remove the import statement as well, okay. And let me remove this particular comments. And once you open this Google, right, make sure you will add the Google provider, okay, like this. Now where to find this client ID and client secret key, right? This is very important. So if you don't know about Google Cloud Console, let me know in the comment section. I will make a complete tutorial to add this credential, okay. So once you are in this API and service, go to the credential screen, okay. And first of all you have to if you are first time on this page, right, you have to add auth consent screen. Just follow the step and just complete it, okay. Then go to the credential and just say create a credential, right. Select the web application, that's all, and some follow some steps, right. I already have this this client ID and client secret ready, okay. So I gave this name. Also if you go to this particular uh, Google Cloud documentation, right, here it mentioned that in production you have to give this particular URL, and in development you can write http localhost 300 and this URL, okay. So first of all origin is our this one localhost 300, and in the redirect URI you have to mention this particular URL, okay, which is already given in the documentation. And once you deploy it you can give the actual URL, okay, and then save it. Now here you will find the client ID and this client secret key, okay. So I will copy this one, okay? And let's go back to a project. In this root folder, right, create new file called .env, okay. Make sure you will put all your important keys, any secret key in this particular file, okay, so that once you deploy it, it will not accessible to anyone even though your project is public. So the file is created, okay, and here just paste the let's Google client ID. So it's saying Google client ID. Let me paste first the key, okay, and I will say Google client ID like this, okay. And then we have the Google client secret. We paste it and I will copy it from the cloud console. So this is secret key, okay. I paste the both the keys and IDs, okay, perfect. Now this ID and secret key we are using in our NextAuth, okay. If you see process.environment.google client and Google secret key, okay, and save it. Next step, let's go back to this our first documentation page, and now if you come down, right, in the underscore app.jsx we have to modify this particular code. So let's go back to underscore app.js. Inside this, right now we have this code, right. So first just copy this return, okay, or you can copy whole code, right, like this. But it's saying my app, let me copy uh, from this one, okay, and paste it like this, okay, perfect. Now I have component everything, just they added this session provider. So our component is getting wrapped in session provider, so that whenever you do the login, right, our session is accessible throughout the application in any component. That's the reason they wrap our component in between the session provider, okay, and save it. Now I will scroll down, right, which very easy to add the sign in and sign out, okay. So now let's go back to our header, and here, right, we have sign in button, right. So where is sign in button? Here we have this sign in button, correct. So before that, first define this session hook, right. So just type or you can just copy paste it, right? Just copy paste it and paste it here. Okay, make sure you will import this use session, right? So what I will do, I will copy this import statement and paste it in a file like this. Okay, because we also, along with this use session, we also need sign in and sign out. Okay, so right now we did not sign in, but in the session, right, we will get all our information. I will tell you how to do it. Okay, how we can see the data. But before that, let's come here, and for this sign in button, right, we will add the click event, right? So if you see like this, we can add the click event. So we need to do sign in, so I will copy this one and I will paste it. Okay, and we already had sign in imported. Okay, and then save it. Now let's go back to our application. So it's saying session provider is not defined, right? So let's go back to underscore app.js. Here you have to make sure you will import the session provider. Okay, and then save it. Now we don't find any error at the moment. Let me increase the screen size and go to the inspect panel. Okay, and in the console we have a lot of error. I don't know why. Okay, but okay, we'll come back here, I don't know. And if you click on sign in, right, if you see, we got this error, providers and Google provider is not defined, right? So it's saying Google provider is not defined in NextAuth because we did not import the statement. Okay, so let's go back here and make sure you import this Google provider and save it. Go back here. So we got the error, I don't know why. Okay, let me refresh it and click sign in. And if you see, we got this sign in button, right? And now if you click on it, okay, and now it's sign in, actually it's sign in. Okay, but you are not able to see it because only one account is there, right? But now you can able to print the details of the user, right? So what I will do, I will just console it the session, okay, like this. And if I save it, let's go back here, let me refresh it, right? We already sign in, correct? So now don't worry about this button. And if you see, right, we got this information. So in the expand, okay, let I expand this user, and you will see the email id, the image of the user, and then name. Okay, it means we got the result. Okay, perfect. Now how to display or show this image over here once user sign in, and also we want to change sign in word to sign out once it's login, right? So first of all, once the user sign in, right, we will store this information in one state. So or you can use directly session because it's already login. So this panel, right, I will wrap this, and if session is there, right, session dot session is there, then use, or maybe I will make it false. If session is not there, then show the sign in button. Otherwise, I will copy exactly same, show the sign out button. Okay, I will make it sign out and save it. Now if you see, right now we already log in, that's why it's showing sign out button, right? And now we can call here, right? Let me move this on click to this particular span, and also this span I will make it sign out. Okay, and save it. Now is the size right now, we already log in, that's why it's showing sign out. If I click sign out, right, now it's changed to sign in, and if I refresh the screen, now in the session we are getting null value, see? Okay, because we did not sign in, and that's the reason it's showing sign in button. If I click on sign in and go to sign in with Google, and now you will see sign out button, and then we'll get the information as well. Okay, how easy and how cool it is, right? And within some few minutes we added this authentication without doing any lot of coding, right? We already have all this documentation, just copy paste it, that's it, right? Perfect. So that's all for this particular section. That I hope you understand the how to add the authentication. So you can try for the different provider like Facebook, Instagram, GitHub, so on, right? So yeah, if you have any doubt, any question, let me know in the comment section. And if you did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe. Now we successfully implemented Google authentication, and we got the username as well as user image and email, right? And so that what we will do, we will update this user image, okay? And when user is sign out, we will remove this user image, okay? So now we have user is login. If you see here, right, user is already login. That's the reason we are getting sign out button. Now we scroll down, and here you can say if session is there, right? So and add the question mark, then add the session dot user dot image, okay? Otherwise we don't need to put anything, right? And then close this, say null, and close this tag, right? And if session is not available, then don't show anything, okay? And save it. Now we got the error because the host name is not configured under the image in your next.config.js, right? So this is the host name for our image, and we need to configure in our next.config.js. So let's go to next.config.js, and inside this domain we will add this another new domain and save it. Now obviously you have to stop the server and restart it again. So we'll wait. So our server is running. Let's refresh this url, and we'll wait, and you see the user, whoever user is login, its user profile picture is showing on the screen, okay? If you see my Chrome's user profile is similar to this one because I'm logging with the same email ID. Now if I increase this, if I sign out, okay, if I sign it, you see you don't see in that particular user profile, but if I sign in back, okay, you will see this profile, okay? Now if you go to the inspect panel, and if you wonder why we are getting this error, and if you read that we need to provide alt property, okay? So whenever you are using the next image, right, you have to add the alt property, okay? So this is very important, and Next.js making it mandatory because it help us to increase our SEO, okay? It help us to implement a better SEO. That's the reason. So let's add alt and just say user image and save it. Now if I go to the inspect panel and refresh the screen, now you will not see that particular error, see, okay? So make sure whenever you are using the next.js image, make sure you will add the user image, okay? That doesn't stop running your project or running your application, but it's better to add it so that your SEO will be a better, okay? Perfect. So I just renamed this button to add project, okay? So whenever a user click on this add project, we have to navigate to the new page where user can add a project detail. Okay. So we'll implement that in this particular section. So first of all, let's go to your project, and in order to add routing and a new page, right, you have to add a new page in this pages folder. Once you create a file in the pages folder, it act as a new page and also added a routing for you, okay? That's the reason Next.js is so powerful. You don't need to do any special configuration for your routing, because routing is a critical part while developing the React application, and Next.js will help you in that one so that you don't need to do any configuration. Next.js will take care of the routing for you, okay? So I will tell you and show you how to do it, okay? So first of all, we want to create a new page called create post, correct? So first of all, I will in the pages folder I will create a new folder, okay, called create post, okay? So obviously when I add index.js in this particular folder, it will default to that particular folder, okay? For example, if I add it index.js, and even though if I go to the create post, the index.js will display on the screen, okay? Or you can create a new page directly in the pages without creating folder, it's up to you. But for the so not standard, but for the good practice, right, I created this particular folder. Now let's add the default template by just typing rfc, okay? And now I will change this to create post. Make sure the component name should be in the capital letter, start with the capital letter, okay, and the create post and save it. Now here is the magic comes up, okay. Right now we on the index.js, which is on this page, right? If I type create dash post on the URL, let's see what happened. Create dash post, okay, and see, jump to the create post, okay. Let me rename this one to create project, not the post, okay. So let me update this one as well, create project, okay. And now it will be a project. Now it jump to create project, perfect. It means our routing works, okay. And obviously we are navigating to this folder, and because in that folder we have index.js, it will default to that particular page, okay, perfect. Now if you see right on the localhost, let me go back. On the localhost we have this header, right? But if you jump to this uh, create project, not there, right? Because in index.js we added this header, right? If you copy this header and put it in index.js, let me remove this one, add it here, make sure you import it and save it, you will see it here, right? But when you have multiple pages, like you have more than 10 pages, 20 pages, okay, every time you have to import the header component, right? So in order to avoid that one, I will first of all I will remove this from here, okay, and I will also remove from this from here, okay. Now let's go to the app.js. As I told in the beginning, the app.js is our starting point, right? So instead of putting header in every page, right, you can put in an app.js, right? So I can put it like this and make sure you import it, okay. And now first of all, obviously header will execute and display on the screen, and then whatever the component you have, it will show it on the screen. Now if I save it, you will see on the screen on the right hand side, in the create post we have a header, also on the localhost we have the header, right? So you don't need to add every page, okay. Automatically once you add it here, it will be throughout the application because the header is you added on the app.js, okay. I hope you understand this one. Now, on the button click of this create project, we want to navigate to the new page, right? So let's go to the header.js where we have this button, correct? And if you see here, we have this button, correct? So first of all, let's define one next routing hook. So constant router is equal to use router. Okay. So if you see use router is importing from next slash router. Okay. Just import that one and like this, okay. Now we have this router, so this router will help you to navigate to the next page, okay. So it's quite simple. So for this button, let's add on click method, okay. And on click of this one, I will route, okay, I will just say router dot push, okay. So we have method called push, and then where you want to push, right? So we have to give the file name, that is the routing name, right? So in this case is create dash project, correct? So just copy this one and paste it like this, so slash create project and save it, correct. Now let me refresh the screen. I'm on 300 3000 port, and if I click on it, see it jumped to the create project, okay. So for understanding purpose, I will write something here, right? Create project, okay, and save it. Now if I'm on the home screen, let me refresh. If I click on it, is route to the create project page, and here is our create project page, okay. I hope you understand this one, quite easy, right? Just click on it, you will be on this create project, okay. Obviously I will tell you how to pass the data or in the routing and everything, but for now we will go one by one, step by step. Now let's create a form in order to create a project or add the project details and everything, okay. So what I will do, instead of creating form inside this one, I will create a new component, okay. So let's go to components folder. Inside that I will create a new folder called create project, okay. So all related component regarding the create project we will keep in create project folder, okay. and inside that I will create a project name called just I will say form.js. Okay, add the default template. That's all. Okay, now you can import that particular component in your create project page. So here I will remove this and I will just add form. Right, if you see, the form is getting imported from the components folder. Okay, so just add like this. Make sure you'll import it and save it, and now you will see the form text on the screen. Okay, now if you see my previous lecture, right, I added the form with the help of Tailwind CSS, and I show you how can you do the same, right? So I already have the code for the form. Okay, so I will just paste it for now. Okay, so I will remove this one. I will paste it like this. Okay, and everything is there. Also, I created one folder called data, and inside this data, I have index.js. Okay, and inside that, I keep this technology list, right? React Native, Firebase, in order to select from the checkbox. Okay, you can also add the icon. I will add the icons later on. I will inform you that one. But for now, I just added this list of all the objects, right? And I just exported it so you can use throughout the application. And that particular data dot technology, I iterate it and use it as a checkboxes. Okay, so if there are 10 technology list, then 10 times you will see the checkbox. If I save this one, right, and right now data is not defined, so let's make sure you import the data. Okay, so let's go here and let's import data from and give the path. Okay, so in this case it's a data slash index.js, so you don't need to define that one, and then save it. As soon as I save it, the form will look like this, right? So we have the title, we have the description, then you can select the multiple technologies, okay, which your project is using. You can add it later on. For this particular example, I am using some few technologies. Then you can add the URL. Okay, and then you can click submit. So here the title and description is mandatory. Okay, and this particular checkboxes and the URL, right? Also we need to add the file upload thing. Okay, so that also I will tell you how to do it. Okay, so that user can upload the file or upload the image for your project. Okay, so I hope you understand this one. Okay, the source code is already in a GitHub or GitLab. So you can, the link is in the description. You can access it anytime. And in order to add the file, I just paste this particular code, and it's quite easy. So just I'm defining input of type file, and I'm accepting only images. Okay, so it's maybe a PNG format, JPG, and GIF. Okay, this three format is acceptable, and I give this some styling, and if I save it, you will see this choose file, right, where you can choose only the images. Okay, perfect. And let me close this one. Okay, so our form is ready. Now let's build some write some logic in order to get the data, right? When user enter the data and click on submit, we will console the all the entered data. Okay, and we'll make sure that we are fetching all the data whatever user enter in the particular input boxes. Now, in order to store the entered value, okay, first of all, we need to define one state. So let's define one state called constant inputs set inputs. Okay, and it's a use state and empty object. Okay, so inside this one, we'll store the value. Now, if you don't know how to handle this input text, right? Let me show you one example. So inside the input, right, let's define on change method. Okay, so whenever you type something, right, this on change will change method will get execute. Okay, so if I define like this and define okay, and let's console the event. Okay, and save it. Now if I go to the inspect panel, go to the console. Okay, and if I type something, you see we got the bunch of information. Okay, if I type rah, every whenever you type a single word, every time it get executed. Okay, and if you see, if I expand it, right, you will see a lot of option. And if you go to the target, and inside that you will get to the value, you will see the latest value which you entered right in the text box. So in this case is rah. If I put rah Rahul space sign up, right, and if you go to the last event, right, then name the target and value, then you will see the complete name, right. In the previous one you will see the name like this, see. Okay, perfect. So our target dot value is updating. Okay, and we need to get this information. Okay, so let me put it this back. So on change is working, so just we need to save this information, correct. So what I will do, I will create one method here. Okay, so say console.log. Oh, sorry, not my bad. So let's define one method called constant. Okay, and inside that just define the handle change method. Okay, so we can call it as a handle change. Okay, so handle change is equal to, okay, and we have to pass the event e. Okay, and then for every, okay, first of all we define this handle change, and we have to, on change method we have to pass like this, right. When you pass like this, it will just call once you update something, right. You can pass like this as well. Okay, but you have to make it method like this. Okay, so make sure, otherwise you can pass it directly like this. Okay, so I will put it everywhere where I want to get the information. Okay, so for this particular check boxes will, I will tell you later on. Okay, this handle change will not work for the drop down because we have multiple value. Okay, we will work on that later on. Then we have the input url, then we have this ui ux url, and just paste it like this for everywhere. Okay, and for file input we will do it later. Okay, and save it. Okay, now you see e is not defined, right. So because let me check on change, we did the handle change. Okay, sorry. So just make sure the handle change is correct. And also one more thing I forgot. So we have to wrap this in one form. Okay, because once you wrap this in one form, let me wrap it like this. Okay, and save it. Still it's showing the error call is not defined. Let me check the issue. The issue is, right, we need to convert it into arrow function. We missed this one, and now it will show it. Okay, perfect. Now everything is as it is. Okay, and now here, first of all, let's define one constant called name. So we need to know which input, for which input user entered the value. So we can get it from name. So let's get target dot name. Okay, from that one we will get to know, for example, if I put on title, then in the name it will save as a title. Okay, so for that, that's the reason we give the name for each input the different name, right. So it's unique. Then and then we need to get the value. So let's say value is equal to e dot target dot value. Okay, and it in this one we will get the value which user entered. Now in order to save this input value, right, we have to make sure that we don't need to erase the previous value, correct. So we need the previous value as well. So in order to set like that, you have to do the previous value. Okay, the arrow function, then you have to use three dot. Okay, to add the previous value along with the new value. So I will, oh, sorry, so value, let's say values for, oh sorry, values. Okay, doesn't matter. And then Name is for the for which name sorry, for which name we are providing the value. That's the reason I keep keeping like this, and then value. Okay, and it will set the value for each input. Then we'll get the field name and then value. Okay, so it will look like this. For example, let me show you. This is the comment, multiple comment. Okay, and inside that it will look like this. So for example, we have an title, and then we have value called sample. Okay, like this. Then next one maybe a description, comma, some random, okay, description, comma, like this. So the result will be like this. Okay, so that's the reason we have to mention like this. Okay, and in this one we will get the input. Next, we wrap this in the form, right? And also we have to make sure the button type is a submit. Okay, so let's define one method, constant submit. Okay, and inside that one, let's make it pass it the event. Okay, and this submit method we have to call uh, in a form. Okay, so you can change it to maybe handle submit, so it will be very meaningful. Okay, and in the form, just need to write like on submit method, because it has a on submit method. So let's say on submit, and on submit method we have to call handle submit event. Okay, so just call handle submit, that's all. Okay, so this will call this method. And we can write the e prevent default. Okay, so I don't know why uh, there is some reason that we need to write, okay, in order to avoid duplication. But just write like this: e dot prevent default. Okay, and save everything, nothing will get changed, don't worry. And then just console the input. So console dot log, and we'll have inputs. So input contain the value which we saved. Okay, so this one, and then save it. Now go to the project, clean everything, and if I enter something, hi, how are you, some description, we don't add anything for this technology, we'll keep as it is, some random text, obviously it's not mandatory, and submit it. Now as soon as submit, you will see the console, right? We have the app demo URL, description, GitHub URL, portfolio title, everything. It means we are getting everything, right? Also, if I refresh the screen, right, and I try to submit it, right, it will say please fill out the details, because some of the field I make it a mark it as a required. So for example, this title is required, right? This text area is required, but I did not put any required for this particular URLs. Okay, that's the reason. Even though you try to submit it, you will get error or warning that you have to write the title and description. Okay, perfect. I hope you understand this one. I know it's little bit confusing, and if you have any doubt, any question, let me know in the comment section, or you can DM me on my Instagram channel. Okay, next we gonna try to fetch the information for this drop down, oh sorry, for these checkboxes. Okay, so on once you user click on this one, we have to make sure that we will save this value. Okay, so now let's implement this on checks information, right? So once you check any of these check boxes, you can able to fetch the data and you can store it in one state. Okay, so that afterwards we can send all of this data in our Firebase. So first of all, let's mention on click method here. Okay, and inside on click method, um, we can set one method called on take select. Okay, like this. And in this on take select method, I will pass the name of this technology. Okay, so we can get like item dot name, and whether if you check it, right, we will get the event, and from that event, right, we can fetch it whether this particular checkbox is mark it check or not. So this is the event, and we can say e dot target dot check. Okay, so from this we'll get the value as a true or false. Okay, now create this method. Okay, so we'll create a method on constant on take select, and just accept that value. First is name and then is check. Okay, now If each check is true means if someone check it, right, then we will write the logic. Else means if each check is false, then logic is different. Okay, now it's quite simple to implement this one, right? So first of all, let's define one use state method, right? So I will define use state method called constant take list. Get take list is equal to use state. Okay, and this is I'll pass a user as empty array. Okay, now if come to this on take select method, and here we can write set take. We need to set the value, right? But we want to set the value along with the previous value. So in short, we will push the value, right? So we can write like the previous value. Okay, and inside the array take the previous value comma name, right? And you can save this one. Let's save this and save it, right? Now in order to print it, right, in use state, right, as soon as you enter something it will not console. Okay, so in order to get that, right, use effect method, and we can call this use effect method whenever this take list get updated, right? So just pass it like this, right? If you pass empty it will execute only once, but you for passed some value, right? So whenever this take list value change, this use effect will get executed, right? How cool it is, correct? So now here we can console the take list. Okay, so for our understanding, right, we can say okay, let's this take it as a take list. Okay, not necessary, but you can write like this. Okay, and let me bring this down. Okay, and now save it. Okay, now let's open the inspect panel. Let me clean this one, and if I click on react, right, see, it push it to this array. If I click on Firebase, it's saying Firebase. If I click on Tailwind CSS, the three items get added, right? But if I click again on Tailwind CSS, nothing is happening, right? Because we uncheck it and we did not write any logic. And if I uncheck it, I have to make sure that I will remove the item from it, right? Otherwise, it will keep added. See, okay, if I added Tailwind CSS, added like this, Tailwind CSS added multiple times. Okay, so let's write a logic if the user uncheck this particular checkbox, right? So now here it's quite simple. First of all, let's say like uh, list item is equal to, right, here what we will do, we will filter out our take list. Okay, so let take list, let me bring this down, filter, and then item, name of the item. So if we have to check the item name is not equal to not equal to the name. Okay, name means this particular name, right? On take select, if it is not equal to that, all the list which is not contains the particular name, and save it in take list, right? And this take list, then we will just save it, set take list and take list like this. Okay, perfect, and then save it. Now if I save, let's go back to our project, like clean everything, refresh the project. Okay, let me clean it, and if I click react, see, Firebase tailwind says, right? If I unselect the Firebase, right, nothing is happening. Let me check why. So here we are setting the value. Okay, we have to set the we are incorrectly set this value, right? So we have to set this value, not the take list value, right? Perfect, let me go back here, refresh the screen. Now select react. Oh, let me clean this one. Firebase tailwind CSS. We have React, Firebase, tailwind CSS. If I unselect Firebase, see, Firebase is gone from the list. See, if I put Next.js Angular, right, now we have this for information. If I unselect Angular, the Angular is no longer here. Perfect. That's what we wanted, and that's how we implemented this one, right? Now another thing. Now we got the list of technique, correct? Sorry, but we want to save it in our inputs, because this is the usual input where we are storing all the information, correct? So instead of I will remove this console, and here you can write in set inputs, right? And if you see, same logic you have to apply here. So I will copy it, paste it here like this, right? But instead of this name, we can write take list. Okay, and then value is nothing but our list of take. So let's write take list. Okay, and this will update every time when our take list is updated, right? Because this is little in is not dependent, sorry, is independent. That's the reason we need to use this use effect. And whenever this take list updated, we will also update our input field. Okay, and save everything. Okay, perfect. And you can console this one. Okay, so we'll console it on submit method, right? So we so if you see here, right, we already printing it, so that's good. Let's go back here, refresh the screen. Let's clean everything. Okay, now I will put some sample title, description. I will select this 3 4 5, right? I will select unselect the Firebase and then select something like this and submit it. As soon as I submit, you will see this console, right? And in the console we are getting this information along with the list of take that which we selected, right? So in this case we selected 4 take list and 4 value are there, right? Now we are pretty much ready to push this data, right? One more thing we are pending is to choose the file, right? If I select this file, choose like this, right? And this file is get selected, right? And on submit method we have to make sure that we will send this value to the Firebase file store, correct? So before that, we will integrate the Firebase in our application, and then we will first push this data, and then we will see how to store this particular file to the Firebase. Okay, and then we'll update our database as well. So keep watch this complete video, and if you did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe. So now let's integrate the Firebase in our application. If you don't know about the Firebase, what is Firebase, don't worry. Okay, I will teach you everything about the Firebase. So Firebase provide a serverless function, serverless database. Okay, and you don't need to uh, buy any server. Okay, Firebase will taking care of that everything, and it's completely free. Okay, until and unless you are in the free quota. Okay, so if you see, and this is much enough for the beginner app, the small app. Okay, and don't worry about that. I will going to teach you everything. Okay, so log in with a Gmail account and then go to the console. Okay, once you are in this console, first of all you have to create a new project. Okay, so click on add project and give the project name. Okay, and click continue, follow the step, and done. Okay, after that, once you are in the project which you created, right, you can create a different types of app, right? You will land on this page. I already have some few application, but if you don't have app, just click on the app, right? And here you will see iOS, Android, Web, Unity, Flutter. Okay, so for now, for the React, right, we are selecting Web. Okay, and once you select the Web, you have to give the name. So in this case I will give Ninja Project. And it are saying, do you want Firebase hosting? We don't want it, so just click register app. Also one more thing, okay, Firebase provide a lot of different features and different services, and if you really want to learn that particular services and how to use in React Native or any other language like Angular, okay, then let me know in the comment section, and your comment will help me to create a more beautiful content for you. Okay, okay, next. So once you added here, right, it asks to add a Firebase SDK, use npm. Okay, so just copy this one. Okay, npm install Firebase, go to your project, and here click new terminal. Okay, and just paste this npm install Firebase. Okay, so it will install the Firebase for us. Next, you have to create a new file. Okay, and we have to add all of these things. Okay, so what I will do, I will copy everything and then go to your project. Make sure the Firebase is getting installed. Okay, that's fine. Then in the project folder, I will create a new folder for us. Okay, so it's just create a new folder called shared, and inside that I will put Firebase config. Okay, .js. You can give whatever name you want. Okay, and then paste the code which we copied. Okay, now let's go back here and make everything is good. Okay, and then save it. Right now you don't see any change in the application. Okay, and then scroll down and say continue to console. Okay, so once you are in the console, if you click on this four app, right now it's not visible because it's still building the application. Okay, so right now don't worry about that one because we already integrated the application. We already set all the config files and everything. Right now, one more important thing: whenever you push this project to any server, or you are sharing this source code to GitHub, GitLab, yeah, right, make sure the API key you are using is um, you are hiding that API key, right? So what you have to do, go to the file and you have this .env file, right? Here you can just create a new variable. Okay, so here you can say Firebase underscore API is equal to, and paste this particular API key. Okay, and save it. And now if you just, you can access is like process dot environment dot, and here you will get the option of Firebase API. Firebase, sorry, just type Firebase API like this. Okay, and save it. Now everything is ready for us. Okay, so let's see how to use this Firebase in order to push this information, the form information in the Firestore. Okay, now we successfully add all the configuration for the Firebase. Now let's go back to Firebase, and here you will find this option called Firebase Firestore database. Okay, this is Firestore database, which is real-time database. Okay, and here you can add a different types of database. Okay, so right now this is the sample database. Okay, and I have some already some collection. Okay, so here you can create a new collection and save projects, and inside that you can add the document id, you can add the new field and everything, right? But if you don't have any document, don't worry, because whenever we add any new Firestore documents through our application, it will generate a new collection for us automatically. Okay, now if you did not set up it, it's quite easy, just follow the step and you will be launched on this particular Firestore database. Okay, don't worry about these rules, indexes, usage. Okay, this is more advanced things. Okay, and right now we don't need it. Okay, so as this is a beginner's course, we'll just focus on how to add the data in the Firestore. Okay, now let's go back to our application. Okay, and let's go back to form.js. Okay, so we have this component in a create project, we have this form.js, correct? And here we will add this logic to add the Firebase Firestore data in the database. So if you search, let's search for this Firebase add documents on Google, and you will find this first link. Go to this first link and you scroll down. Okay, so if you scroll down, it's saying first step is to initialize the cloud Firestore. Okay, now in order to initialize, right, we already add this configuration in different file, and also we initialize this application. If you go to this firebase.config.js, here you will see that we already initialize the application. Okay, now the we have to initialize the Firestore as well. Okay, in order to save the data in Firestore, so just copy this line of command. Okay, and at the top I will paste it here like this. Okay, and just go to the, copy this import statement so that you will install this get Firestore file. Okay, and also if you see, right, we need to export this application. So what I will do, I will just say app, right? And if you don't find the uh, any suggestion, right, what you have to do, just import it manually. So just write it like this. Let me go back. Okay, yeah, so import app, okay, from, and give the path. In this case is shared, oh, sorry, shared, right? And in that shared we have this Firebase config, right? And then save it. Now once you save it, the app is there now. Okay, now our database also configured. Okay, now just scroll down and here you will see this set document function. Oh, sorry, set document section, right? Here is quite easy. Just copy this line of code and that's all. You are ready to save the data. Okay. Now what we are doing, when the user click on submit, then only we are storing the data. So here, after console input, you can remove this console input if you don't need it. Now this is need to be a async function. Okay. So just I will make this to async. Okay, and here we are setting the document. Okay, and the document is in the document, right, we have to set the database. Then here, this is the what we can say, this is the collection name that we are gonna give, right? So in this case we will give projects. Okay, after that we have to give the document id. Okay, so what I will do, for document id, right, I will use the date, timestamp. Okay, so just write date, because timestamp will be unique. Okay, and we have to give unique document, and then date dot now, and this document id should be a string, so I will convert this into a string. Okay, and that's all. And instead of this information we will say our own information, so I will paste it like this. Okay, inputs, and then save it. Now if you go back to our application, okay, right now it's saying window is not defined. Okay, so let me scroll up and say what's the issue. So here what we miss, right, we import this one, but we have to make sure that we will export this one, right? And if we don't want analytics, I will just make export default app. Okay, so that we can use it anywhere. And if I save it now, and you see the error is gone. Okay, now let's add some information. So let's say sample title, sample description. I will select 1 2 3. Then demo url is url. Okay, app UI slash UX, YouTube, GitHub portfolio. And then let's open this one, click and submit it. Okay, so now we don't have any action that okay is submitted or anything, right? So let's go back to our Firebase Firestore. Okay, and let's refresh the Firestore, and if you see, the projects collection is get created with the document id, which is our date timestamp, and then our all the information which we accepted from the user, right? So we have everything ready. See how easy it is, correct? We have the tech list information which is selected, the all the information ready. Okay, now another thing, right? If I okay, let me open this one. Okay, on the right hand side, and here, right, now we have to, what we have to do, we have to make sure once the user submit the form, correct, we have to give some type of notification. Okay, we submitted the form or something like that, right? So you can give the toast message yourself. Okay, or anything. So for that one you can use Daisy UI, okay, which is very powerful and cool library for the Tailwind CSS, and very easy to use. Okay, they have a lot of predefined components. For example, if you go to the, let's find the toast somewhere here. Okay, if you find the toast here, right, and if you scroll down, it will give some example as well, the related code as well. Okay, just copy it, paste it in your project. That's all. You are done. Okay, that's simple. It is. So I hope you understand how to store the data. We successfully store the Firebase Firestore data in our from your application to Firebase Firestore, and then now we will add we will extend this application more further. Okay. So now let's try to upload the image. Okay, so before that we have to make sure that we will select the image and we will store the file information in state. Okay, so let's come here in the file section. Okay, and in this one we have to select the file first, right? So here we can write the on change method. Okay, so once the file is selected, this on change method will get call, right, and say event, so it will have the event. Okay, and first of all let's console it what information we are getting. Okay, so I just say e and console.log e. Okay, now let's increase the size of this one. Inspect, go to the inspect panel, console, refresh the screen. Okay, clean everything, and then if I select the file, okay, and select any of the file, right, for example if I select this file, if you see the event get called, right, and in that event we want the, we have, if you see that we have a different object. In that we have the target object, and inside that we have uh, let's say somewhere called files. Okay, so if you see, right, the files option, and this file information we are, obviously we are only selecting one file, so first element we wanted from this file. Okay, So this image we are gonna store it, okay, and this file we need to save in one state. So let's go back to our application again, and here I will define one state, okay. So after that I will define one state called constant file comma set file is equal to use state, okay, like this. And then we have to set the file, so let's bring down, come down, and instead I will remove this console, and here we'll say set file, okay. And inside that we have e dot target dot files, and we want the first element, right? So we have the file information. Now this file we are gonna store in the Firestore, correct? So now we successfully fetch the store the file, right? Now we have to handle submit, right? Because on submit we have to send the file to the Firestore. Before that, if you go to the Firebase Firestore documentation, here you will see this section called upload from a blob or a file, right? So we have a file, and from that we have to upload it, right? So let's follow some steps to initialize this Firestore first, okay. Sorry, the storage of the Firebase, okay. And if you, let me go here, right, and here in the section, right, let me, okay, so we have this storage option here, and just say get started and you will launch on this page, right? I already have one project which is running, and here you can create a new folder, and where you can start uploading the file, okay. But if you don't have folder, that's also fine. For example, let's create one folder called ninja projects, okay, and inside that we will store our all the files, okay. So let's come back to our project, and before that we'll first initialize this um, application, right? So I will copy this like this, and I will pass the app configuration, okay. And make sure you will import the get storage, okay. So I will copy this, all of these things, the import statement, and paste it here like this, okay. Perfect. And now this storage reference I will explain how it works, okay. And for now I will uh, comment out this one, right? Means I will not push any database changes, okay. So here, sorry, so here we will define this storage reference, okay. Every time when you click submit, we will store this storage reference. So how it works, okay. So first of all, we already defined the sorry, we have to import this reference, okay. So make sure you already have this reference here, right? And then we have the storage reference here, right, the from the get storage. And here you have to pass the path and the file name, okay. So in this case is our ninja project is our folder name, right? So it's, I think, projects. And after that we have to pass the file name, so we already have the file, okay. And from that we can get the name, okay. We have the folder, and inside that the file name, right? And that file name contains the extension of the file and everything, okay. Then we have this function to upload the file. So upload file, copy it, paste it here, okay. Obviously everything is ready here, and upload a file blob, okay. So we'll keep as it is, we will try and we will test it, save everything. Let's go back to our project, okay, clean everything. Now I will choose one file, okay, and select this file, for example, and click submit. Obviously I have to fill some information here, and here click submit. As soon as click submit, if you see in the console it say uploaded a blob or a file, it means our function get executed and it's uploaded. Let's test it here, right? Now go back our storage, go to the ninja projects, and if you see, right, unnamed.jpg, because the file name is unnamed. And if I open this one, right, its file is get uploaded. You can access this file, just click on here and you can access it here, right, the URL of this file. Now the question is how to get this URL and store in our Firestore database, right? Because we want the URL of this file, and we need to store in our Firestore database along with the entered information, correct? So in order to do that, if you go to the here, right, if you scroll down, let's scroll down more, and it will say here somewhere, okay, the for example, okay, so here, right, there is one example. It once you execute one file, upload it, right, we have one method called get download URL. Okay, and it will give you the URL to download, right? So it's very easy to write. Just follow these steps. Let's say then, because this is a promise. Okay, and then response. Okay, and here you can mention get download URL. See, and it's importing from the Firebase slash storage. Okay, once you did that, you have to pass the storage reference which we define here, right? This one. And again, this is a promise. So then, and I have to call URL. Okay, because we want the URL, and make like this. Okay, now if I console this URL, let's see whether we are getting the URL or not, right? So I console it. Let's go back to our project, clean everything. Okay, I will refresh the screen, and if I choose the file, right? If I choose now, I will select this file and submit it. Oh, let's write something here and submit it. And if you see, file is uploaded, and along with we also got this URL. If I click on this URL, it opens this particular image which is uploaded on our fire storage, right? Firebase storage. Perfect. So we are able to get the URL. Now the task is to save this URL in our inputs, so input state, so that we can push it to our database, right? So it's quite easy. Again, just you have to write the, because we have the set inputs method, sorry, state. So set inputs, inside that we will get previous value. Okay, and along with the previous value, we have to make sure that we are pushing the value with the existing object. And here I will write image comma URL, right? Perfect, like this, and save it. Right now, obviously, if this change, right, set input is get changed, we have to make sure that we will save the information, right? So this need to be called. Okay, so what I will do, uh, I will call this method in one use effect. Okay, because set, once the set input is changed, this use effect will get called, and then we will execute this line of code. Okay, here I added this loader. Okay, so I created a new component called loader.js, and inside this one, right, I added this div, and I added this image. Okay, so if you go to the images folder, I have this added this image. Okay, I take it from internet and I add it here. Then once you put this particular part into the image, make sure you will give the class name, and you make sure that make it the Tailwind CSS class as animates dash spin. Okay, so what it will do, it will rotate your animation circular. Okay, and after that, once the form is submitted, right, I create one state here. Okay, and initially I set it as a false. Okay, and once user submit the request, we make the set loader as a true, and once request is completed, we will make set loader as a false. Okay, and also uh, here I added this div. Okay, and I added this component, and I also, in order to put this on in front of all this component, I made class name as absolute. Okay, so it will come in the front, and once the loader is true, then only it will show the loader, otherwise it will not show loader. Okay, let me give you the example. Okay, so let me bring our project here first. So this is our project, right? Perfect. Let me refresh the screen, okay, once, and we'll add some project name. Okay, so in this case I will add the create blog using React and Tailwind CSS. Okay, I will put the description similar. Then I will add the React, Firebase, Tailwind CSS, and what else, other. Okay, other. You can add demo URL. Right now I will not add anything, and choose the file you want to save. Okay, so I have these images. I will paste it like this and click submit. Once you click the submit, right, it will show the loader. See, the loader was showing, correct? And now your post is submitted successfully in the database. So once it's submitted, obviously loader will go away. Okay, now what we have to do, once this loader is showing, right, once you click the submit and loader is showing, once the data is stored, right, we have to navigate to the new page called profile page, right? Once you click on this image as well, you will navigate to the profile page, where you have all the project which you created. Okay, is what are the you project you created, only that project will show in a profile section. So that part we will do next. Okay, so make sure you have to create the new file in a pages folder, and from there we will go. You can try it. You can pause the video and try yourself, try to navigate from the this page to the profile page, and from there we will implement the profile page. Now once we click this profile pic, we want to navigate to the profile page. Okay, or once whenever we submit this particular form and it's successfully submitted, we will navigate to the profile page. So to implement that one, right, we have to first create the new page, right? So go to the pages folder, and here we will create a new folder. Okay, it's called profile. Okay, okay. And then create index.js inside that one. Okay, now as I told you before as well, right, you can create directly file instead of creating folder and adding index.js. But whenever we create a file directly, make sure we'll give the name as a profile.js. Okay, perfect. Now let's add the default template. Okay, and save it. Make sure you will update this name, component name or page name. Okay, update like this and save it. Now if you go to the profile like this, now it will navigate to the profile and profile word is showing on the screen, right? Now what we need to do, once we click on this user profile image, right, on a in a header, we want to navigate it. So go to the header.js, and inside here, right, we need to put on click method on this particular profile page, right? Before that we need to use the router, right? We already defined router here. Okay, so that's good. And let's go to the profile section, right? This is the image. So here I will do on click. Okay, and let's call router dot push, right? We already did this routing here, so it's very easy for you as well. And just type profile like this and save it. Correct. And I will make this cursor pointer will be like this, right? And once I click on this one, oh sorry, already already in the um, profile. Okay, if I click now, it's going to profile. Perfect, that's what we wanted. Now let's implement and design the profile page. Now if you see this mockup, right, it's not final mockup, it's just a little bit overview. So we'll, once we are on the profile page, we will show the user profile, the name of the user and the email address. Okay, and this vertical line, and after that we will show the all the project which that user posted on this particular site. Okay, so let's go to the profile page. So let's me go to the profile folder and index.js right here. Now instead of writing the code here, we will create a component. So one component is for profile hero section and another is for the project, right? So in the component folder I will create a new folder. Not in this, in component only I will create a new folder called profile, and inside that I will create a one folder called userinfo.js. Okay, and another file I will create called project list.js. Okay, now let's add the default template and for this one as well, and save it. Now if you go to the our profile folder, make sure you will import it. So import the user info component, and second we will import the project list component like this. Okay, now user info project list is showing on the screen. Perfect. I will comment out this project list for now. Okay, because we are working on the in user info. Now go to the user info component. Okay, and let's implement. So first of all, we are going to show the image, right? But if you know, right, we already have login credential and the user session credential, so import that one. So like this, constant data, let's say session is equal to use session. Okay, and it's coming from the next authentication slash react. Okay, like this. Perfect. And in the session, right, we have the all the user information. First of all, I will add image source, and here we'll have session dot user dot image. right? This is an optional field, that's why I added this like this, so we will not get any error. Okay, and then I will also add the alt tag like user underscore image. Okay, perfect. And the showing images, please use new operator. So let's import the image from the next slash image, and now is the issue cannot read property of undefined user. Okay, so right now once we get this use session, right, we have to make sure that session is getting updated, right? So what we will do, we will wrap this whole div. Okay, again, once the session is available, right, then only show this div, otherwise show nothing. Okay, like this, and save it. So now it around is saying image with the source. This is missing required width property. That's fine. We will add the width and height. So let's add width of 75. Okay, and a height of 75, and save it. As you see, it's perfectly coming up. Correct. Also, after that, we will add the user name. So h2 tag, and inside that we have session dot user dot name. Okay, and then we have email. So email. Okay, perfect. Now we have to bring everything in the center. Now for this div, let's give some class name. Okay, make it flex. We want flex to be column. Okay, and then make it justify center. Okay, so sorry, don't make it justify center. We don't need it. Make it item to be in the center like this, right? So everything will be in the center. Now for this div, we can give some margin from the top like 12, okay, like this. Now for this image, we will make it rounded. Okay, so give some apply some styling. So I will add the class name. So make it rounded to be full. So we want a circular, correct? I like this. Then for this name, we'll change the text size to be 30 pixel. Okay, and I want text the font to be bold, right? Font to be bold like this, and also I will take text to be blue of 500. Okay, perfect. This look good. And then I will keep this email as it, or let's change this color little bit. So text gray like this. Okay, little bit light color. Perfect. And we want to put the horizontal line as well, right? So you can put to this div as well. So if I put border of 2 pixel, okay, it will give border, but we want border at the bottom only, right? So bottom, and save it. And then you can give margin bottom to be 10. It will come like this, maybe 5. Okay, perfect. And you can also give some padding from the x-axis, right? So it will not touch to this particular screen. So padding x to 10. I don't know why it's not work. Padding x, well, maybe for it's not working for this one. Okay, that's fine. We can keep it as it is. Okay, and if you see, it's perfectly working. Okay, now it's not working padding here because if you go to the profile, right, you can give padding here. So class name padding x to 10, and then it works like a magic. See, perfect, right? Perfect. So now let's add the project list for this particular user. So we will add the project list here. Okay, now before creating the list of project and to fetch the list of project, right, let's go back to our Firebase data, right? And here I store some of the project, okay, with all the details. But if you see, right, we are not storing the user information who created this particular post, right? And this is very important. Sorry. So in order to do that, right, let's go to form.js, right, which we created the form.js, and where we storing the all the data. Here we have to make sure that we are also storing the user information. Okay, so what I will do, I will create a use effect here. Okay, and inside this use effect, right, I will make this use effect like it will update when the session is available, right? So I will add the session. And also just to make sure if session is available, okay, then only you have to set the input value, right? Because we already have the input method, and then we have to set the value. So here obviously I want to attach from to the previous value, so same thing we have to write it here, okay, the one which we did it before as well. So here I will write like this: values, okay, comma, username. In this case we'll get the username from the session dot user dot name, okay. And just to make sure, optional, okay. And same thing, you have to copy it for the image and for the uh, email, okay. So here in this case we can write a user image and just email, okay. Here as well email, and here is image, okay. And we have name. Now what we'll do, whenever we store the data, right, it will save with this all this value, right? And now I will save it. Now if you go back to the app, create post, right now it's saying the session is not defined, right? Because we are not fetching the session right here, so we have to define the session first. So like constant data session, which is equal to use session we are getting from the auth next route, right? Where once user login we'll get the session information here. And now if I save it, now it's saved, right? Now if I try test user, right, let me copy everything, React, Firebase, Tailwind, okay, some information, let's choose some file and then submit it. And if you see it's loading, right? And if you see it's submitted and jump back to the profile page, okay. Now if I go back to our application, let's see whether we have got any new record. And if you see test user is coming, right? This was the new record which we created. And if you see, we got the email, we got the user image, we got the username as well, right? How simple it is. So make sure whenever we create the form, then we have to make sure that we will storing the user information as well. Now we will fetch a Firebase data, okay. We have to fetch only the data which is the user is created, right? Because we are in the profile field page, and in the profile page we will fetch only users project list, okay. So for that, let's define some of the thing, right? First thing we have to define right, okay, sorry. So here right now we are in the profile page, right? And first of all, this is the page, and here we will fetch the data and then we'll pass it to our all the components, okay, depends on the requirements. So first of all, let's fetch the user information, right? So obviously we have to fetch it from the user session, sorry, use session, right? Because user is login, and then in the with the help of use session hook we will get the data, okay. Then we have to define the db, okay. Means obviously we have to define the Firebase firestore, and we have to pass the application reference like this, okay. And make sure you import it. Then in order to store our data, right, we will use the state. So I will define user project and set user project in order to set the value. So like use state, and currently it's empty. Perfect. Now let's define a method to fetch the user information. So I will define constant get user project, okay, like this. Okay, perfect. Now we have to make sure if session is available, then only execute, because we need to pass the user information, means user email address, to fetch the data, right? And depends on the user email, we will fetch the data, okay. Now here's the thing, right? If you don't know how to fetch that, you can just type how to fetch their document, okay, and from Firestore, okay, document from Firestore. And here you get the first link, okay. And here you define how to fetch the data, right? Now obviously we already set the data, right? We know how to set the data, but here it help us to get the data as well, right? So you can go into the documentation and then you will learn how to get data. It's quite simple, right? Now obviously we have to fetch the multiple document from the collection, right? And here is simple query. So first of all you have defined the query, and then with the query we have to get the documents. Okay, so let me define for us how to do it, right? So first of all we have defined constant query. Okay, you can follow this step, it's similar, which is equal to query. Okay, and then we have to get the collection. Okay, pass the reference of the db, and then the name of the collection. So in this case is projects, right? So if you go to back here, and in this case is projects, correct? So that name collection we give, and after that, oh sorry, so after that we have to pass the where condition. Okay, because if you see here, right, it's also in document also they mention. So where condition is because we have to fetch only the project which is come under that user's email, right? So here we have to write email. Okay, then is equal to condition, and then we have to pass what will be the email address, right? So in this case, case we have session dot user dot email, correct? And if you see, right, you have different condition here. So we have not equal to, greater than, equal to, greater than is equal to, right? A multiple one. Right now we want a is equal to, correct? That's the reason we give is equal to, and that's all. Now our queries is ready, right? Now we have to get the snapshot of the document. Okay, so just write constant query snapshot. I'll copy it simply. Okay, and is equal to await get docs, and then we have to pass the query which we created. Okay, so we it's await, so we have to pass the async here. Make function async. Perfect. Now quite simple, you just need to use the for loop. Okay, like this. So just I will copy it and paste it like this, and let's say are we getting a document or not, right? Before that we have to make sure we'll call this function in use effect, right? So I will make me call use effect, and inside this one, right, we have to call this use effect whenever we get the section, because section will get after some time, maybe component after component load. It will take some time to get the session, right? Because it's we are getting from the net. So once we get any update happen in the session, then that time use effect will get execute. Okay, that's the reason I define use effect with the session change. Okay, so I'm passing session, everything will look good. Let me go back to our project. Okay, so obviously we have to pass this, we have to call this method, and perfect. Now let me clean this one. Let me refresh the screen. Okay, and if you see, right, we got a bunch of project and the document with the document id. So this is document id, and this is the project which we are getting. See all the information. Perfect. It means we are getting the information which we needed. Now let me remove this console. Okay, let me remove this one as well, and now we need to store this one, right? So in order to store this one, we have to get set user, let's say set user project, right? We define the user project, and then simply we have to define user project comma data, because our object is already there, right? We just need to push it, correct? Perfect, like this. And that's all. So if you now once it's execute, right, all we have this set user project is ready for us, right? Now what we have to do, this user project, right, which we store with the help of set user project, we have to pass it to our list of projects. So what I'll do, go to project list, and here you can pass it like this. Okay, the project, in project list we have to accept as a props. Okay, perfect, and then save everything. Now, so what we got the issue in the profile index.js. Let me see the issue. So he's saying data is not defined. So oh sorry, so we have to define some okay, you can define like this, maybe let data is equal to doc dot data, or you can just define doc dot data here. Okay, either way is fine, and now it's okay. Okay, now let me increase the screen size, let me clean this one. Now nothing will display because we are not consoling anything, right? But let me console in the project list now. Okay, so what I will do, console.log, and here I will write project list of project, and see whether we are getting or not. If you see, we are getting the user project. Okay, perfect. So I hope you understand this one. Okay, now if I refresh the screen, right, and if you see in the user project we got the 12 project, right, even though we just have only 6 in our Firestore, right? If you see 1 2 3 and 3 to 6. Okay, so what is the issue, what's the reason, right? And if you see it's going to 18, okay, and here we put him. Sometimes when the user session change, it keep executing our use effect, and because of that one, we are pushing the data in our user project state, right? So in order to avoid that issue, what you can do, in get to user project, right, you can set the user project, set user project, right, with the empty array, right? So whenever this execute, it will first make it will make sure that our user project is empty, and then only it will go into the session. Now still, let me refresh it once again, and still we are getting this 12 result instead of 6, right? So one more update we need to make it. So if you go to the file, and in next.config.js, right, here we have this property called react strict mode, right, and currently its value is true. Okay, make it the false. Okay, and then rerun your project again. Okay, so I will stop my server and rerun it again. Okay, now it's running. Let me go back here, clean this one, and refresh the screen. So it's still refreshing, and let me check. Okay, yeah, now it's refreshing, and now if you see, right, we are getting only 6, even though if I refresh it again, we still got the 6, and that's what we wanted. So make sure two things, every time when you load the or you call the function, right, or method, your state is empty, and in next.config.js you have to make this react strict mode to false. Okay, so if you know about the Pinterest, right, and this Pinterest grid format is quite popular as a web designer or UI UX designer, right, and the format is, if you see, right, it's quite complicated but quite popular. Okay, and sometimes very difficult to achieve in HTML CSS. Okay, so today in this project we are going to use this one, and this is how it looks in our project. If you see, right, this is how it looks once we build it, right, and it's, as I told, right, it completely responsive and depends on the screen size, it will change the layout. See, okay, so this grid format we are going to use. Okay, and so let's go and let's try to implement. Now let's go back to our profile, and inside that we have this project list, right, .js, the component which we are using to display the project list. So here we already getting this user project. Okay, and let's comment out this console, and here first of all we will check the condition. If user project is there, then only show the data. Okay, so here we will use to iterate it. Okay, like this, we will end the tag here as well, otherwise don't show anything. Now inside this one, let's try to iterate this user project list first. Okay, so let's define user project dot map item, you can give whatever you want. Okay, and then inside div, you can end the tag, and here you can just print display the each project, right? For example, in this case, if I put item dot title and save it, you will see we are getting the item or title, right, all of these things, correct? So we are getting, but instead of writing this the cards, right, which we are using, we will create a new file, and inside that we'll write cards. So in the component, right, I created this file called project card, because this project card we are gonna use at multiple places. Okay, and that should be common for all of these. So we will use this project card. Okay, so what I will do, Go to project list and remove this line and import the project card. Okay, so project card, okay, like this, and they save it. Now if you see, project card is rendering because project card contains only the word project card. Okay, now let's implement the project card. Okay, before that we have to make sure that each item, means each project, we are passing to the project card first. So what I will do, I will give name project, and then I'm passing this item. Okay, and in project card we have to make sure we are accepting as a prop. Okay, project. Now we got the project. Okay, perfect. Now let's uh, design it. So here inside div, let's add the image tag. Okay, so I will add the next image, then source, and in this tag. Okay, and inside that let's say project dot image. Okay, and let's give some width and height. So let's give width of, you can give anything because it's really depends on what we are, it means with our grid and height, right? So I will give some maximum like 480, and let's give a height of maybe of 400. Okay, like this, and save it. Okay, now we got the error like project dot image. Okay, so the reason is right, this file is not saved. So save the file, and now we don't have any issue, right? Perfect. Also we have to make sure, right, because we are using project image, and I already updated this next config.js, right? So inside this next config.js I added this endpoint. If you did not added this endpoint, make sure you will add this image endpoint, right, in the domains, under the domain. So that is very important, otherwise you will get the error. So now let's go back to our project card. Okay, let's, where is project card? Oh yeah. Okay, and let's make it like this. Okay, I don't know why we are getting this error. Okay, let me check the inspect panel and the console. Okay, let me refresh the screen once. Okay, so it's saying key property and all property is not defined. Okay, let's define that one, and if you see, now we are getting these images as well. Okay, so obviously when you are going to add this image from the next image, right, we have to add the all property. So in this case we'll say project underscore image. Okay, or you can give the title of the image. So for example, you can go write like this, right, project dot title. Save it. That's also work. Next, we have to add the title. Okay, so let's add p tag. You can add any tag, h2 or whatever, and then here you can write project dot, oh sorry, project dot title. Okay, and save it. Perfect. Now we got the project dot title and everything, right? Now let's bring in a grid format, right? Now let's go back to our project list right here, and here we have to apply some classes for this div. So let's say class name, and here it's a magical thing will happen, right? We want the Pinterest like grid format, right? So here we find the column, okay, dash 2 for the smaller screen, right? Now if you see, it changes to smaller screen immediately. And if you see, right, the format is completely means it's attempting the screens space and everything, right? So that's cool. Next, if the screen size is medium, we want the column of, oh, sorry, column uh, column of 3. When screen size is larger, we want column of 4. Okay, and save it. I increase the screen size, right? Let me clean this one because we solved this issue. Okay, now if you see, it's working perfectly the way which we wanted, right? Now there's some more property we have to define, right? For example, let's give some mac margin x to be auto, and space y axis on the vertical axis to be 3. Okay, if you see, we got the space, and when the screen size is larger, we give space of y to be 4. Okay, perfect. And we can give some width size, but depends on your choice, you can update it, right? Also let's give some margin from the top. So here I will add some margin top to 10. Okay, margin bottom I will add some 10 as well, and save it. Now we got the everything is almost ready, right? Now let's add some styling to this each card, right? So obviously we have to go to the project card, okay, and here we will add some styling. So for example, for this div, right, so add the class name. First of all, I will add the cursor pointer, okay. So whenever I hover on this one, it will change the pointer, okay. Then let's on add the hover effect, right? So for example, if I hover it, right, I want to scale the image size to 105, right? And if you see, if I hover, it change, right? But obviously animation need to be smooth, so just do the uh, transition all, okay, and duration need to be like 300, okay. If you see, perfect, right? You can give some animation type, is in out, okay, perfect. Now I will also change the background, okay. So what I will do, I will change background of sky, little sky like this, okay. So make it 50 for now, and let's give some padding as well. So I will do padding of 2 and rounded to be maybe large. See, it works, right? Now on hover, I also want to change the background color. On a hover, what I will do, I will change the background sky to 200, okay. And if I hover it, right, see, change, right? Now it's up to you, how do you want to change the color and everything. It's up to you, right? But this is what I did. Also for this title is I feel like it's little bigger, right? So what I will do, I will do class name and make 13 pixel maybe, and I will give some margin from the top, margin top to 2, like this, okay. And right now I don't want all the name, right? So what I will do, we have a method called line clamp. So what you do to look, it will only show whatever line you want. For example, I just want to 2 lines, and after that just cut it, right? If you see this, if I save it, only 2 lines, and then it will show dot dot dot, right? And if I hover it, right, this much code, if you going to write css, this much code you have to write, but with this line clamp you have to write only to go 1 line of code, right? So simple, perfect, and that's all. So easy, we did it, right? And now if you see, if I hover it, let me increase the size, and still it's working perfectly fine, right? If I hover, it's working. Now if you want this image corner to be rounded, you can do it. So let's do that one. So let's go here, add classes to this one, class name, and what I'll do, round it to be larger. And along with that, I will make sure that object is to be covered. So it's not necessary because depends on the size of the image, right? It will automatically acquire the screen size, okay. So don't worry about that one as well. And you see how easily, how quickly it change, right? Now if I change the size of the screen, depends on the screen size, it change the layout as well, okay. And if mobile view, it will look like this, perfect, so good, right? Perfect. Now we pretty much completed, okay, this section. So now what, once we click on this one, right, we are going to show the some model, okay, some pop-up kind of thing, where we'll show the all the information on the screen, okay. So let me give the some mock-up idea. Obviously it's not final, but let me give you that idea so you will understand, okay, what I'm sorry, I don't know where I saved it. So once you click, you just click, right, we'll show this title, then the image, the description, right, the technology they use, who is the user of this one, and some option is what are the links that we are going to provide, that one as well. And also we are going to give 2 more options to delete or cancel button, okay. So you can user can delete this project as well from his profile, his own project only, okay. So this kind of thing we are gonna do next. Now let's implement the model. Whenever user click on any of this project, we want to open the model and we want to display the project details on that model. Okay. So first of all, let's create some folder and file. So in the component folder, I will create a new folder called project details. And inside this project details, I will create a new file call project detail model, okay, .js, and let's add the default template and save it. Okay, now here is thing, creating a model with in a HTML CSS or using Tailwind CSS is little bit complicated. So you can just search on the Google and you will see the different bunch of options to how to implement the model. I found one on this creative-team.com, okay, and it's quite easy to implement. So if you see the example, if I open the model and this model is able to display on the screen, okay, and the code is just this one, okay. So if you don't know, right, and it's a little bit complicated, you have to write a lot of things, don't worry, just copy the code which you want to display and paste it here like this, okay. So for example, I copied this code, okay, sorry, I copy this code, go back to the project, let me open our project side by side, and in the project detail model we will add this one, okay, perfect. If you don't want this div, you can remove it, okay. And for now we don't want any model on click method like this, so I will just comment it out, okay, and save it. Now you did not find any change until and unless this model is implemented somewhere, right? Now there are two ways that you can implement this model. One, you can add this component in a profile index.js, or you can go to the component called project list, and here as well you can add it. So I mostly preferably add in the project list, because this project list component we are going to somewhere and same functionality we want there, okay. That's the reason I'm going to add it here. So here just add the project detail model, okay, and in the tag and save it. Now we see model is open. See, let me increase the size and you will see the model, okay, perfect. So now let's add some event. So what we have to do, whenever user click on any of this project, right, we want to open the model. So what I will do, in the project list, first of all let's define state. So constant show model comma set show model is equal to use state, okay? And initial value is false, okay. Now here I will put the condition, when show model value is true, means show model is true, then only you want to show the this project detail model, otherwise don't show anything, and save it. Right now if you see, right, the value is false, that the reason is not showing. If I change this value to true, it will, oh, sorry, value to true and save it, it will show model, right, perfect. Now on the click of this project card, right, we want to show this particular model. So what I will do, in this particular div, right, for this project card I will add the on click method, okay. And here you can set the model value. So set show model value to be true and save it. Now if I click any of this model, right, you will see this pop-up is open, perfect. Now on the close, we want to hide this model, or we want to close this model, right. So what you have to do, go to the model now, and here it's similar function, so I will keep as it is. For this close button I added this on click method, and I'm setting the value to be false, okay. Now this value, this particular method, you have to pass it back to the parent component, okay. So you have to just pass the method here like this, and if you go to the project list, you have to accept it here, okay, like this. And here you can set the value now, okay. Let me show it how. You can say some, for example, value, and set show model to be value, okay. Now this model value will be set automatically, okay. And this value has value has a option called false. Sorry, means the passing as a false, right. If you see it passing as a false, and this method we are passing back to the parent child. That's the reason we are setting it like this. And if I save this one, if I click close, it will close. If I open any of this, it will open, and it close. Now right now I know the this content is similar for everything, but we're gonna change this, some moment, okay. But I hope you understand this one, okay. This is very important, and just you can find different type of model, but this is the easiest way. that you can add it. Okay, and obviously the source code is in the GitLab. The link is in the description, you can check it out anytime. Okay, so now let's implement this model. Okay, so we want to uh, show the details of the project. Okay, so that we will go and we'll implement that feature. Now I deleted the some unwanted stuff from this model, and only I kept this footer section. Okay, and in this footer section we have this delete and close button. Okay, so delete is used to delete the project, and close is used to close the model. Okay, now if you see this rough mock-up, right, this is how we wanted to show on the screen. So on this left hand side we will keep this all the project information, which include the title, project image, and some description. And on the right hand side we will display the technologies, the list, technology list, and then the information like url of the all different types of url which is user provided for this project. Okay, and along with this on left side we also include the who develop this project, or we can put it on the right at the bottom, we can decide it later. Okay, so for that one let's go back project folder and let's create some files. So first of all I will create a file called project info.js. For that I will add the uh, checklist.js. Okay, and we can add the urls also in that one. Okay, but let's keep this separates, or let's see, we can add in the same list. Okay, because it doesn't matter and it's a small code. Okay, that's all. So for now we will add that one, that much only. And if you go to the project detail model now you can implement here. Okay, if you go in the content section, okay, you can just add the project. I don't know why. Okay, so in project info we did not add anything, so add the default template. And for tech list as well, okay, we added for tech list, just add project info. Okay, and another is uh tech list. Okay, and save it. And now we'll see project info and tech list, right? Obviously we want project info on the left hand side and tech list on the right hand side. So and along with that let's implement the all details as well. So now before implementing the model with the details, we need to make sure that once user click on this particular project, we need to pass the selected project information to each component inside the model, right? So for example, right now user click on this project card, we will set the state value, and that state value, for example this project set value, we have to pass it to the model. Then again, once we are accepting the model, if you let's go to the project model. Here again, once we accept it here as a props, we need to send again to the project info and tech list, right? And if there is some update, we have to reverse back and so on, right? So in order to avoid this issue, we are gonna use a context, the custom hook we can build in the React. Okay, so let me explain how it works. So for example, currently, if we are not using the context, right, and this is our parent component. Okay, if we want to send data to the this child component, any of the child component, right, we need to pass it as a props. Then again to this child, to this one, right, we need to pass it there, right, and so on. And same thing, if we have some update which made in the child, we have to pass it back to the their parent, and again pass it to back their parent, and so on. Okay, so in order to avoid this issue, we are going to use context. So how context work, right? Once you define the context in the parent, right, and then we have to wrap that component, the child component of the parent, in a one provider, right? And whatever the child component comes under that child components, right, if in parent component, for example, if you in this case we have one parent, and in that for parent we have two child, for that two child we have again three child, right, and so on. So you don't need to pass it once you define it here, right, and you can access it directly anywhere. okay, that particular context, and that context you can update it, you can do whatever you want at any time. Once you update that content, it will be automatically updated to all the uh, parent or child components and so on, right? So that's how it's easy. Once you we implemented that particular feature, you will get to know better and you will understand much better, okay? So now project list is our parent component, okay, and we are on the click of this project card, we are going to open the model, right? Here we will define the context. So first of all, at the top, right, what I will do, I will create a constant, sorry, export constant is equal to the project, selected project, I will write selected project as a name, okay, select project context, okay, is equal to create context, okay, and which will import it from the react. So if you see, oh, don't put is equal to, and create context is added, okay. Let me bring it like this, okay. Now I also define this state, use state, okay, and this has a project and save project, in order to whenever user click on the project card, we will store the value inside this state, okay. Now wrap this project model, okay, because where we want to pass the data this child component and their child component. So what we will do, we can write selected project context dot provider, okay, this is very important, and then end the tag. So wrap this one, and I will wrap it like this, okay. And then here you can pass the value information, right? So here you can pass the project and save project like this, okay, as simple as that. So let me put it like this, okay, and save it. Now if you go to project detail model, you can access it here. If you go to the project info model, you can access it here, okay. That I will do you in a second. Now let's go back to a project list.js, and here, right, if you see, we are setting the model. Along with that, we also say want to set the uh, project value, right? So what I will do, put I will keep this in one different method, right? Let's say constant on project click, okay, and sorry, and arrow function. Inside that, I will put the set show model, and also I will set the project value, and the value is nothing but the item we want to pass it here, like item. Let's call this on project click here, okay, along with the item, like this, right? Now once we pass it item here, we have to make sure we are setting it in the set project, okay. Now in set project, we are setting the value once user click on the project card, and it get automatically pass it to this provider as well, okay. Now save everything, okay. Now in order to test it, let's go to the project info, okay. Here, in order to fetch the information, right, context information, you have to define like this constant project comma set project, okay, is equal to use context, right? And inside this use, you can use context, or um, you can inside that you can use the which context you want to use. So in this case, the context is the selected project context, okay, like this. Also you have to make sure, right, we are using curly braces and not the square bracket, okay, this is very important, otherwise you will not get any error, but you also not get the any response, okay. And let's write the use effect, okay, and inside this one we will define, we will print the console. So let's console.log, let's say project, okay, like this, and save it. Now let's open this window, let me close this one, go to the inspect panel, console, clean everything. Now if I click this one, if you see in project info, right, in project info we are getting this information, right, with all the details about the project and everything. You don't need to select, everything will be there without passing the props. So we are avoiding the passing the props, right? If is only one component, two component, that's fine. But if there is multiple component inside the one component and you want the data in each component, it's better to use the context. Okay, very important. This concept is quite important. In interview you will ask this concept, and in each application this concept is very useful. Okay, so keep remember, keep doing practice of this one. Perfect. Now same thing, you can just copy this one, right? And in the project, in take list as well, you can use it, right? And make sure to import this use context and the selected context. Okay, like this, and save it. Obviously it will also display it here. Okay, perfect. Now actually let's implement this UI for this model. So I already implemented this model. So if I click any of this particular project, you'll see this model, right? So on the left hand side I added this title, then image and description section. And other component we have the tech list component. In that I added this all the technologies and the source link. Okay, so for example, let me get back the better example. Okay, if you see here, right? So we have different technologies, the source link we have, and the image, right? Now again in this one, right, if I click on this image, it will open the image in full page. Okay, so this will help us. For example, if someone put some UI UX design, right, and he want to show that one, with the help of image click, he can able to see the full image. Then we have the source link. Also this source link is very easy to implement. Okay, just added this as a text and it's clickable. So if I click on it, right, it will open the new screen, you see. Okay, so easy it is. So and same for the everything. Okay, and I also added this icon as well. So let me show you the code how I added this one. Okay, so if you see on the left hand side we have project info. Inside that we have this title, then the image. Okay, and on I added this on click method to that one, and it's very easy. Just I am opening the new window with the URL. Okay, so it will open uh, the particular URL in new window. So to write it, just you need to write window dot open and you have to pass the URL. Okay, then again this is simple to tag to write the description and the actual description of the project. Okay, so this is the one component which we kept on the left hand side. Okay, and then on the right hand side we have the tech list where we are providing source links. Okay, and here just we have some conditions. Okay, whether if this particular app demo URL is available, then only show the data, otherwise not. Okay, some that kind of validation I kept here. So and also along with the image icon. Okay, so that image icon I already saved in a images folder locally. Okay, so you can use that particular icons from my source code as well. Okay, so as it is, it's simple. Okay, and the no complication. If you have any question about this particular layout, let me know in the comment section. Now what we will do, we're gonna implement this delete functionality. Okay, so once you click on delete, this project will get deleted and automatically our screen will get refreshed. Okay, so obviously we need to delete data from the Firebase fire storage database. Okay, so we will write the query for that one, and in order to delete the particular project, we have to make sure that we will pass the correct ID. Okay, so now, in order to delete document, and if you go to the Firebase documentation, you will see the way to delete particular document, right? And if you see, we have the delete doc method, and inside that we are adding which doc we want to delete, right? And passing the database reference along with the collection from which you want to send the delete the document and the document ID. Okay, so we are in the project detail model. So first of all, here we have to define the the database reference. So you can constantly get Firebase store. Just make sure you will import it and the app reference as well. Okay. Now our DB is initialized, and now here I will create a new method called constant delete project. Okay, and this should be a async because our method is await, and then you can add this line of code here. Okay, Make sure you will import the all this required uh, imports. Okay, and here if you see our collection name is projects, and id is the id which we are gonna pass here, right? So it will be a document id. Okay, so we can change to doc, oh, sorry, doc id, like this. Okay, perfect. Now let's call this method on delete function. Okay, so here, sorry, so if you come down here on delete, right, we also setting this set model false, right? Along with that, uh, let's do one thing. We just call this method, and I will move this particular method inside this delete doc. Okay, so after deleting, automatically a window will get closed. Okay, so instead of that, what we'll do, we will refresh the screen so that we'll get the latest data, right? But I will show you how to do it. And then what else do we need? So we here we'll saying delete project, and that's all, right? So now here is the thing, right? We don't know which project we want to delete because we don't have any id information, right? So I will remove this id from here, but with the help of context we will get the project information. So here can we say project comma set project is equal to use context, because context already have the selected project, right? And here we can say the selected project context. Okay, like this. Make sure you will import it, and now from here you can pass project.id. Okay, like this, as simple as that, and save it. Now let's test the scenario. So let me select this project and which want to delete, and just say delete. Okay, now it's still showing on the screen because this is old data. We need to refresh the screen, right? And if you see, um, I don't know why it's still showing. Let me delete this one and then refresh the screen, and you see it's gone, right? Maybe there is some issue, data cache issue, but it will delete it. Now every time, right, when you delete it, you need to refresh it, right? Avoid that issue, let's go back to your project. Okay, and instead of closing, means obviously we can close this model as well, but what we will do along with that, we will route it to our profile page. Okay, so what we'll do, router. Okay, so you have to define router first. So let's define constant router is equal to use router. Okay, and make sure you import it from the next router, and then here you can define router dot push. Okay, and just say profile. It's need to be a code. Okay, like this, and then save it. Okay, now if you have tried to delete some other, okay, I'm not sure everything is good. Okay, let's try to delete this one and say delete. Okay, I don't know whether it's navigated or not, but if you see, right, it's get deleted but it's not getting navigated. Okay, so we need to call some other method. Maybe if push method is not working because we already in profile section, that's the reason. Okay, but I hope you understand this, how to deleting the record, right? Let's try to create new one. So I'll create new one, say sample. So this one will create to delete it. Okay, and I will choose a file. So let's choose this file and submit it. Okay, and now it's submitted, and if you see, it's showing on the screen. Now if I open this one and try to delete it, okay, we need to make sure we have to refresh the screen. Okay, and still there, let me check what's the issue. Okay, because while adding the data, right, I have to make sure that id I'm adding is correct. So let's go to the Firestore, and here, right, we added this sample one. So if you see, right, this id need to be matched with this id which we are going to insert, right? So right now it's not matching. Let me copy it and update it manually in order to test from our side. Okay, so I added this one, and now let me refresh the screen as well. And now if I open it and try to delete, and let me refresh the screen now, and now it's deleted. Okay, perfect. So it's work. Only we have to make sure while adding the id, we need to match the id which we want to delete. Okay, now just quick update. So instead of putting this router dot push, right, remove this one and we can reload the existing page with using this window dot location dot reload. Okay, right now I just commented this section of delete, right, and just make sure our reloading is working, right. So if I go here and click on delete, right, if you see it's reloaded. Perfect. And now you can enable this one. Okay, so obviously once it deleted, it also get reloaded for you. Okay, and obviously once it reloaded, it will fetch all new data. Okay, also the quick thing we need to add in our project, right, while we are adding any project, right, in the form.js, make sure you will add this one state called doc id in order to set the document id, and here we will use the use state, right. Here I'm just passing the timestamp. Okay, by using the date dot now function, and make sure it need to be a string, and this doc id we will add it as a id as well in our field, as well as when we are creating document, right, if you remember we are using the timestamp directly, but here I will we have to keep the doc id. So this doc id and the id which we are adding in the field is need to be same, so that from this id we can pass this id as a document id anywhere in order to delete it or in order to fetch a single document. Okay, so that's the reason that id need to be matched. So we are at the final stage of this particular tutorial, and on the home screen we are gonna show the data. Okay, in order to show the data on the home screen, we want to fetch all the projects which we store in the Firestore. Okay, which is obviously independent on the user email address or user, right, we will bring it everything. So for that one, let's first of all define the database. So constant db is equal to get Firestore. Okay, and define the app. Okay, that's all. Next, we want to store this data in some state. So I will define the state called projects, set projects is equal to use state, and initially will be empty. Okay. Now, uh, in order to get the data, right, we already know how to get the fetch the data, right. Let's, if you go to this Firestore Firebase documentation, it will help you how to get multiple documents. Okay, so I will copy everything as it is. Okay, and I will create a new method called constant get all projects, and here, so this will be a sync. I will paste it here. Okay, so obviously I don't want this one, so I will remove it everything. Okay, and only thing that I want in order to get the data is in order by id. Okay, so because id is our stamp, so I will say order by, then you have to pass on which id you want to order by and which order, descending or ascending. So in this case we want the descending. Okay, and the collection name is projects. Okay, perfect. Now make sure the query you can you have to import this query from Firebase Firestore. Same, you have to import collection, also the get docs. Okay, and everything, and perfect, and save it. Now you have to call this in one use effect. So let's define use effect, and obviously once the application load for first time, this will execute only once. So I will pass the empty, and here then you can call this get all projects and save it. Now let's go back to our application. Let's say everything is okay. Okay, now let's go back to inspect panel. Okay, because we are consoling all the data, and if you see, we are getting all this document, right, whatever document we have in the database, we are getting all the documents. Okay, perfect. Now next step, we want to store these documents. Okay, because we are just printing here right now, we will store this document in our state, right, which is projects. So here you can define set projects, then projects, obviously we want to append it with the previous one, right, and then in bracket dot 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 projects comma data. Okay, like this. Perfect. Okay, so now we have all the projects in our projects. Okay, now let's display the data now. So here I will first check whether do we have the data, then only we want to display, right. So if the data is there, now in this case, right, if you remember in our profile, right, we use the project list our as our component. Okay, and let's go to project list. Where is project list? Okay, so in profile, right, we have this project list, and what we are doing in project list, we are just passing this project data, and automatically everything is taken care of one, right? So then it will render the item using the project and everything. Okay, so same project list we are doing here, we will use it. Okay, so go to index.js, and here we'll just use project list. Okay, and end the tag, and obviously if project list is not there, show null. Okay, now in the project list we have to pass the user project information. Obviously don't ignore this user project because just it's just a props name. Okay, and then in the user project we will pass the all the project list like this. Okay, and then save it. Now let's go back to a home screen, and as soon as you see, right, it's displaying all this uh, information, right, all the projects from the database independent of the users and anything. Okay, now let's add some styling to this. For example, I will give class name and padding 5. Okay, and here I will give one used to tag say all latest projects. Okay, and then save it. Let's update this. I'll use some class name text or 25 pixel, margin bottom of -15 because very perfect look like this. If I refresh the screen, see how easy and quickly within under 3 4 minutes we implemented this, right? Because we already have the components. That's the reason create the components so that it can be reused anywhere, right? And if you see, we don't need any coding as well for this one, right? Because it's already there. Now if you open this one, right, you will see the data because only we already implemented this card, this project data, the take list, everything is there, right? And you can open anyone's, you can check it, see how easy. But if you remember, right, even though I am on home screen, right, if I open this one, we are getting this delete option. Okay, and we need to get rid of delete option only if this project is associated with that user. Okay, so what you have to do, let's go back here and go back to your project detail model, right? So let me increase the size. In this project detail model we have delete here, correct, this one. So now what we'll do, we will show this delete only when this project email address, whatever email address in the project and user email address is similar. Okay, so first of all make sure the user information is there. So right now we don't have any user information, so what we will do, we'll get the user information. So constant data session is equal to use session. Okay, so from session we got the user information. Okay, and obviously let's see what else do we need. Okay, and we also have the project information, so it's very easy to check. Okay, so let's come down, and here we can say if session, okay, question mark dot user dot email, okay, is equal to project dot email. Okay, if it's same, then only oh sorry, yeah, then only you have to show this button, delete button, otherwise don't show it. Okay, and save it. So if you understand, let's just make sure you understand this one, right? Because we are just checking the email address of user current user and the email address which we store for the store in a project, right? If it's similar, then only we want to show delete, because then it makes sense that okay, this project is belong to that particular user. Okay, now let's go back here. Oh sorry, I'll go back to our application, and if I open this application, okay, right now all projects are belong to my email address because I only import I added this project. Okay, but in order to test it, right, let's go back to Firebase. Okay, any of this project, for example, let's take this project called game listing. Okay, first project, and I will change this email address to something like admin at tubeguruji.com. Okay, now I change this email address. Okay, now if you go back here, refresh the screen. Okay, and I exact not sure which one I change. Okay, so we change this email address admin and game listing demo. Okay, so let's go back to project, and if you see the game listing here, if I open this one, you see delete button is not there anymore. Okay, but now obviously this project will also not able to visible here because this is not belong to the particular user, right? It's belong to some other user, and it will show here, but delete option will not show here. But if you open this one, right, delete option is here because this project is belong to the current login user, right? Perfect. I hope you understand this one, and if you have any question regarding anything, please comment in the comment section. Okay, and that's all for this video, and if something comes up, I will obviously post it on my channel. And if you did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe. If you like this video, press like button and share this video with your friends and family, and we'll see you in the next video. And next video will be a very interesting. I know, I hope you will like it. So in this particular course we are going Next.js to create our application. Okay, so if you go to the get started, you will see all the documentation of Next.js, and most important things and benefit of Next.js is the routing. Okay, so let's first, before doing any further delay, create next application. So in order to create next application, you have to use this command. Okay, so let's go to your project folder, open the command prompt, and just type npx create next app. Okay, then it will ask you to proceed, say yes, and then you have to give the project name. So in this case, our project name is Ninja Player. Okay, and click enter. So it will install all the dependency which we require, like React DOM, Next, and so on. Okay, so it will take few minutes to import all the dependencies.
A few minutes later.
Now if you see, our project is ready. Okay, so let's go to project folder by typing cd ninja player. Okay, and now we are in the project folder. Open the VS code by typing code space dot. It will open our VS code with the current project which we created just now. And if you see, we are in the project. Okay, so talking about the project folder structure, right? Just ignore this node module. Then we have the pages. Okay, so pages is nothing but whatever the pages we are going to route, right, in the Next.js application, that all the files included in the pages folder. Once we started developing our application, you will get to know better. Okay, and if you want a pure Next.js tutorial, please write down in the comment section. Okay, so the underscore app.js, which is our starting point for the application, and if you see where all our components are going to render in this underscore app.js. Then we have index.js, which is our default page for the Next.js. Okay, and then we have public folder, where in public folder whatever the images, assets we want to store, we can store it here. Okay, we are not going to change this any name of this particular folder. Okay, because this folder is s- very much important in the Next.js. Okay, then we have the styles, where we will store all the CSS styles. Okay, in the pages folder we also have this API folder, right, and we have the API called hello.js. Okay, and in order to access the API, we have to access like the URL slash API and the name of the endpoint. In this case is hello. Okay, and then we have next.config.js file, where all the next config will be added here, right. We are gonna use this next.config.js once we started our application development, then you will get to know. Okay, and then we, at the last, we have packet.json, where we all have dependency installed. Okay, so now let's install the Tailwind CSS, because we are going to use Tailwind CSS as our uh, for our styling. Okay. Now, in order to install the Tailwind CSS, just type Next.js Tailwind CSS. Okay, and it will give you the first link where it saying install Tailwind CSS with Next.js. The first step we already covered. We already created the Next.js project. Second, we have to install these dependencies. So copy this command, go to your project folder. Sorry, go to your project and open the terminal. So it will open the inbuilt terminal for VS Code and just execute this command. Okay. Again, execute the second command. Once you execute the second command, it will generate two files. One is tailwind.config.js and second postcss.config.js. Okay. So let's go here. I execute the second command, and if you see, this two file is created. Okay. Then you have to add this all the line of code. I will copy all of this in tailwind.config.js. Okay. So go back here, open the tailwind.config.js file and paste it all of these things. Okay, and save it. Then you have to add these three lines in global.css. Okay, you have to follow all of these steps, right? So that you will not miss anything. So let's go to the styles in global.css. I will add the style sheet at the top. You can add it anywhere, and then you have to restart your server. Okay, for testing, I will copy this one. Okay, and I will paste in, go to the pages folder and in index.js, right, where this is default code. What I will do, I will remove all of this code. Okay, and paste it here like this. Okay, and save it. Now just run this server. So you have to type npm run and dev. So it will open the port 3000. Okay, so open localhost 3000, which is 3000, and within a few seconds our application get is running. Okay, and if you see, our tailwind css also applied to this particular project. Okay, so we are successfully integrate tailwind css, and if you see, for this hello world, it mentioned text of size 3xl, and if you hover on this one, it will also explain the css behind this, right? So it's nothing but a font size of 30 pixel, line height of 36 pixel. Same if you hover on the font bold, it's showing the font weight of 700, right? So behind of each tailwind css classes, it we have actually the css properties. Okay, but it's quite easy to use. That's the reason we are going to use tailwind css, and in the current market, the tailwind css is much more popular. Okay, so now I already explained this all the project and folder structure. Okay, so right now, if you go to the localhost 300, right, we have this default page which is index.js. Okay, and in order to access the API, right now we are not going to use API endpoint, but if you want to access it, you just type API and hello, right, and it will return this name. Okay, the JSON object. Okay, now we have to create some folder, some files for our application. If you see this mock-up for our application, right, we have a header, then we have this intro section, the hero section we can call, right, then we have a list of the games which we is showing here, and then we have the list of um, event or post which we are showing on the screen, on the home screen, right? So right now we are going to use index.js as our home screen, and in order to create the components, we have to create a new file called new folder called components to the root directory. So here we will call the components. Now here you is very important, right? If you go to the tailwind.config.js, right, no one will tell you for you, right, this components name, right, that it matches to this folder name, right? So make sure the folder name matches with this one, right? Otherwise you have to make sure this folder name you will import in Tailwind CSS. Otherwise Tailwind CSS will not work, whatever the Tailwind CSS classes you are applying to these files. Okay, you have to make sure that one. Now here what I will do, I will create new let me create a new folder inside component called home, and all the home related components I will put it in a home, right? And the share component I will put it in a components. So share component in the sense, let's say the header dot js, okay, and then we have the footer dot js. Okay, these two files contain the which is consistent throughout the application. That's the reason I kept it as a common. Now if you did not watch my previous video of the React or any video regarding the React Native, then please do watch that video, because each of my video I told how to create a default template for each of our file. Okay, so for that one you have to go to VS Code and just search for the React. Okay, search type or React and you will see this plugin ES7 React Redux React Native. Okay, this plugin will help you to create a default template for your any file or components, right? So in this case, if I type rfce and enter it, it's automatically create this default template for me. Okay, this is how easy it is. So this plugin is very useful. Same thing you have to do for this one. You just type rfce and you will get the default template. Okay, now you have header, you have footer. Now let's go to the pages, and index.js you can add that component here, but we want that throughout the application. So what I will do, I will add this header and footer in underscore app.js, and what I will do, I will wrap this like this. Okay, so I can add multiple components. So here I will provide the header. Okay, and make sure you import that one, and then I have to provide the footer. Okay, if you see we got the error because we want to wrap everything in one component only. So what I will do, I will wrap this in one div. Okay, so only one HTML tag you have to wrap all these components, and I save it. If you go back to our application, let's go back localhost 3000, and if you see we have header and now we have footer, and this is nothing but our pages or component whatever we are going to render between this component tag. Okay, next we will start building this header section. So in order to develop this header section, if you see, right, we have this logo. Okay, so which is ninja player. Then we have these two buttons, create post and sign in, and then we have this user image. Okay, so header section if you see, and this beautiful bottom border. Okay, now let's go back to our project and let's start developing it. Okay, first of all, I will add the logo. So here add the logo from the image source, and let's add the logo in your public folder. So in public folder create one folder called images. Okay, and inside these images let's open this in a file explorer and paste this logo. Okay, I will rename this to logo. Okay, now in order to access it, right, you don't need to write a part for the public, you can access it directly like this, images slash logo dot png. Okay, and save it. Let me open the project side by side. Okay, and our right here, and if you see the logo is displaying on the screen, right? Now let me go back to index.js, and I want to remove this one, right? Perfect. And if you see now everything's look good, correct? Now after this let's add the two buttons. Okay, so what I will do, I will add one div, and inside that I will add button. So one is to for create post, and another is for sign in. Sign in. Okay, So we have these two buttons as well. Okay, after that we want to use the image. Okay, so right now, for the user image, right now I'm putting the default image. Okay, so this is the image URL, and I'm putting this user image as well. Okay, and in order to display image, right, you have to, we are going to use next image. So if I put image, right, and you will see this image with importing from the next slash image. Let's import that one. Okay, it's similar to the HTML tag. Okay, just this tag name is different. And then add the source and the URL, which is we are storing in user image constant, right, and user image. Here we have to provide some width. So in this case I will add the width of 40, and let's also add the height to 40 and save it. Now once you save it, right, you are getting error that invalid source prop, right, and this is the image we are using in next image, and the host name is this, correct. So here is thing, right, whenever you are gonna use any image, right, in your next image tag, right, then the URL domain you have to add in your next config, in our next.config.js, right. So here you have to add image. Okay, and inside that you have to add the domains. Okay, and just add these domains. So in this case the host name is resourcecloudinate.com, which is our subdomain, and save it. Right now you change this config files, so you have to restart your server. So just restart your server, and once the server started, just refresh the screen. So refresh the screen, and now if you see, you are getting able to display this in user image. So make sure whenever you add any URL, do any images from the any URL, the domain should be added in your next.config.js, otherwise you will get the error. Okay, now we are good with all the components. We are ready, right? Let's apply some styling now. So first of all, let's add some styling to this one. So I will add the class name, and I will add the Tailwind CSS classes. So in this case I will add the width to 150, or you can add the width here, right, like this. So width to 150. Okay, you remove this class, I don't want. And if you go to the inspect panel, right, and console, you will see the image is missing required alt property, right. So every image, make sure you will add the alt property. This is helpful for the SEO purpose, right. So in this case let's add alt and say logo, or you can say ninja player logo. And here you can add the alt property like alt user image. Okay, perfect. Now we are okay with this logo. Let's put this everything in one line. So, or first I'll apply some styling to this post. So let's add class name, and let's add background black. Okay, see, then we'll add the padding to 2, padding x to 3. Okay, and text to white. So we want white text, so text to white. Okay, if you don't understand any of this property, how to use Tailwind CSS property, you can anytime you can go to the Tailwind CSS official website and just search. For example, if you want to search for background, right, um, background color, right, and just search it, and here you will see the example how to use it, right. Perfect. Let's go back to our project, and now I also want the corner to be rounded, so just put rounded to be full, and that's all, right. Same thing, I will apply for the sign in. So add the class name. For this one I will add the background to be white, then text I will put the gray color, right. And if you see, I'm getting bunch of options. So in this case I will put this 500 gray, and then I will give padding to 2, padding x to 3, and border of 1 pixel. So if you want to add the custom value to the Tailwind CSS classes, you have to write in a square bracket and the value which you want. Okay, so if you see, border width is 2 pixel, and like this, correct. And add the rounded corner. So rounded to be full. Full means circular rounded, right? So rounded to be full here, like this. Correct. Now you can add some gap, whatever you want, right? And for this image also I will add some classes. So add class name, and here I will add the rounded to be full, like this. Now everything I want in one line, right? So for this parent div I will add the class name and just mark it as a flex. Okay, and you see everything in one line now. Now I want this create post sign in and this image to the right, right? So say justify between. See how easily it goes, right? And if you see, perfect, right? Now what you have to do, just right now, just bring this image inside this div, like this, and give class name to be flex. Perfect. And if you see, these are the one side and this is on the left side, right? Let's give some padding and everything. So some I want to give some gap, like 4, right? And you see this is gap we are getting. Okay, also let's add some padding from all our, like this, right? And if you see, perfect, it's look perfectly fine. Okay, one more thing I want to do, to add the border at the bottom. If you see, we have this border, right? And if you see, this is color of the border. So what I can do, go to this div, right? And add the border over here, right? So you can add the border of 2 pixel, right? And if you see, border is added for whole thing, right? But I want the border at the bottom only, right? So let's move this, and let's try to find border to bottom, right? And the size, which is 2 pixel. You see, we got the border. Let's add the color for the border. So I will add the color border, and you can give the custom color code like this and save it. See, perfect, right? Now you can just decrease some padding. Right now padding is too much, like this. Okay, and see how it looks, and it looks good, right? And if you see our mockup is similar to what we wanted. Okay, and you can decrease some padding, some margin, some size, whatever is up to you. Okay, but for now I will keep everything as it is. Okay, now we pretty much completed the header section. But if you go to the inspect panel and change this to the mobile view, right, it looks like this, and it's not look good as what we wanted, right? So what we can do, instead of putting this create post and sign in as a full word, right, we will add the icons when it is a mobile view. Okay, so just search for react icons. We'll see this official library for the react icons. Okay, very easy to use. Just execute this command to install these react icons. So open the terminal and just run this command, right? And you will see a bunch of different type of icon, right? So in this case I will use the hero icon. Okay, so in order to use this, just import this statement. So let's go back to our project, and here I will import it like this. Okay, and then you have to replace with the icon name with the icon which you selected. So in this case we want to create icon, so sorry, to create post, right? So let's, so here I'm going to use this high outline pencil square. Okay, and I will replace this icon name with this one, right? Now you have the icon in your project. Just in order to use it, right, what you can do, uh, after this create post, right, I will add this icon like this. Okay? And I will wrap this create post in a span so that it will not change anything. Okay, and then if you go to project, you will see icon as well, right? Now here is property you can write. So add class name. Okay, and that's where the tailwind css is quite easy and quite useful and to use. Okay, so when the screen screen size is medium, then only want to show this create post, or when the screen size is extra smaller, we don't want to use, right? So just type hidden and it will hide it, right? And when the screen size is smaller or large or medium, right, then just show as a block, right? And if I increase the size like this, okay, let me go back here. If you see, create post is displaying, and as soon as I touch it, the small screen size, the create post is no longer available. Okay, perfect. So let's go back here, and now we have this create post working. Same thing you have to do. So initially we want to show it, and when the screen size is smaller, at class name, and when screen size is smaller, we want to hide it. Okay, just type hidden, and if you see, right, the screen size is smaller or medium size, it's no longer showing. But as soon as it touches the breakpoint for the extra small screen or mobile view screen, it's just showing the pencil. Okay, now let's go back here. I will increase this size for this one, right? So in order to increase the size, just add property like text of 20 pixel. Okay, and perfect. Same thing you have to implement for this sign in as well. Okay, so I will wrap this span in a span like this, put the sign in over here, and add the same property, whatever property you added for this create post. Okay, and we want to get one icon for the sign in. So let's go back to react icons, and if you see, I just added this arrow left rectangle. Let me get this like this. Okay, now we have this button, and if you go to the inspect panel and change to mobile view, we have beautiful view for this one as well. Okay, let me increase this size to 45. Now if you see, we have these buttons, and when I change to a normal view, right, let's increase the size. Let's go to inspect panel, and if I decrease the size, it's changed to buttons, and with icon. Otherwise we are getting the button with the text. Perfect. I hope you understand this header section. Okay, next we are gonna use the authentication method, okay, using the next auth. And let's move forward then. Now let's implement the Google authentication. To implement the Google authentication, we are going to use the NextAuth. So NextAuth is the one of the best authentication provider for the Next.js. Okay, and this is the official website of NextAuth.js. Okay, it's quite easy and quite simple to use. Let's go to the documentation. Okay, and go to the get starting, where you first of all you need to install this dependency. Okay, and then step by step I will teach you how to implement this authentication. Okay, so first of all, copy this line of command, go to your project, and just execute it. As simple as that. Okay, once you execute it, you are ready to implement now. Okay, now just you have to follow the step, whatever the step they gave in their documentation. Okay, now once we install this one, you have to go to the next step, where it's saying that we have to create one file dash dash next or .js in pages slash api slash auth. Okay, so let's go back here, make sure the dependency is installed. Now go to the api. Inside api we have to create one folder called auth, and inside that authentication we have to create another file called in square bracket we have to call dot 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 next auth. Okay, so go here, create new file, and paste it like this, and simple. Okay, next step, you have to copy all of this code and put it inside this one. Okay, but if you see, they are in the example they added this github provider, right? We don't want github provider, so I will remove it, and I will remove this provider, github provider as well. Okay, and save it. Now we want the Google authentication, correct? So if you go to the providers, right, here is the providers, and again if you scroll down, you will find this Google provider, right? Google provider. So I open it in new tab, and here you will find this Google authentication, right? Now, if you don't know how to use the Google console, right, then let me know in the comment section, right? I already created one app in a Google Cloud, and I added the credential. Okay, so if you see, I have this, I give the name called authentication, and I added this origin as a localhost 3000, which is our development URL. Okay, then we have to add this Google callback URL. Okay, it's similar whatever they mentioned, right? We just need to add this localhost. That's it, and nothing else you need to do it. Okay, and just save it. Then you will find the client ID and the client secret key. Okay, copy this client ID and client secret key. Go to the .env file. If you don't have, create one and add your client ID and the client secret key. Okay, so that we can use it directly in our application. Now, if you scroll down, we will find this Google provider. Copy this line of code and paste it in provider. Okay, and make sure you will import this Google Cloud provider as well. So I will paste it here, import statement, and save it. Now we have Google client ID and Google client secret key, which we stored in .env file. Okay, and we pretty much set up. Next, go back to the original documentation and scroll down. Let me go back here, right? Now if you see, in underscore app.js, right, we have to add this session provider. Okay, so copy this session provider, go to your underscore app.js file. Now we have a header computer, just keep as it is. Just here add the session provider. Okay, and wrap this all this component inside the session provider. Okay, and then make sure you will update this props as well. Okay, so replace this page props with this line and save it, and that's it. We pretty much completed. Now you need to do the login and logout things, correct? So in order to implement that one, correct, let's follow one more step. Okay, this is the last step. So if you see, right, we have to add this data session in use session. This section will help us to get to know whether user is login to our system or not. So go to the header.js, because we have our sign in sign out button here, right? Paste it here. Make sure you will import the user session. Okay, so user, go back here and import this use session. Okay, so I will copy all of this statement and paste it here. We need this sign out button. In second I will tell you how to use it. Now in session we have all our information, right? Now what I will do, I will consolidate the session information, right, and I will say session like this. Now save it, go back to a project. Okay, and now if you see, right, we have got the error that session provider is not defined, because we have to import the session provider, right? If you go back the previous step, we have to make sure that we import the session provider. So go back to our app underscore app.js and import the statement and save it. And if you go back to a project, you don't see anything. Okay, now go back to our header.js, and over here, right, in sign in, correct, you can add the on click method. Okay, on click, and on click of sign in, you want to sign in, just add the sign in method here like this. Okay, also if you just sign in, we want to show button as a sign out. So what I will do, I will create one more button, but I will check if session is there. If session is not available, then show the sign in button. Otherwise, show the sign out button. So I will create one more button, copy same buttons and paste it here, but I will replace the name with the sign out and change this on click method to sign out and save it. And now if you see, right, the session we providing, and right now it's undefined because we did not sign in, correct? As soon as you click on sign in, you will get this pop-up with sign in with Google, right now I have only one account. So as soon as I press sign in with Google, right, I able to sign in, and if you see in the console, you will see the user information. Okay, so if you see the expiry date of this particular session, the user information, so in that user information we have email, image and name. Okay, So you can use this session information in order to display whether the user image or username or other things. Okay, so what I will do, I will change the image with this the required image, right? So we have the session information now. Okay, so this session information I will use to display the user image, right? So copy this session, go to your user image section here, right? So user session dot and mention like image, user dot image. Okay, so session user, I will add the optional parameter user dot image. Okay, and I will write one more condition: if session is available, then show this image, otherwise show user image, default user image, right? Perfect. And then save it. Now as soon as I save it, I got the error that this host name is not configured. So copy this host name, make sure you will add in your next config.js file, okay, inside this domains, and save it. Okay, obviously you have to restart your server, so restart the server and then come back here again. And as soon as refresh, you will see the image of the user, login user, right? If I sign out, it will show the default image. If I sign in, go to sign in, and it will show me the user image now. Okay, I hope understand this particular section, right? And now you can use this use session hooks anywhere in your application to check whether user is sign in or not. Okay, this as simple as that. And if you have any question, any doubt, please comment in the comment section. And next we will we will develop our application further. So now let's implement this hero section. So we have this beautiful header title, and then we have, so let's implement the header section. So if you see, right, we have this title, then some subtitle, and search bar with this search button, and then we have this all the icons, games icon with the name. Okay, so we will divide this whole component into three different section. Okay, so let's go back to our project. Inside this index.js we are going to implement, right? So first of all, I will create a new component inside this home folder which we created before. We can call hero.js. Okay, and here we can add our title and everything, right? So add rfc. Then I will create a new file for search.js, and then another file for game list.js. Okay, and add the default template search and for game list, and save everything. Okay, now let's go back to our index.js and import this all components. So in this case the hero, then we have search, then we have the game list. I will remove this class name container for now and save everything. Now if you go back to our application, you will see hero, search and game list. This is footer is the old one, right? For now we can remove the footer section. Just I will remove from here. Perfect. Now let's add the hero section. Now go to the hero.js file, and here we are going to implement the header section, sorry, the hero section. So here first add the h1 tag and write the text which we want to display. So in this case find and discover players. Okay, and another tag here you, here you. Then we have the bunch of text. I will copy it from Figma, copy it and paste it and save it. And let's check how it looks on the screen. Okay, so perfect. Now let's add the styling. So for this one, let's add class name and text size of, for example, 30 pixel, and font need to be bold. Okay, like this. Perfect. And same thing we can add it here. So instead of um, adding different same style for the different tags, right, what I will do, let's add this near you span and add the beer tag. After that I will add the span like this. Remove this one. Okay, and we want everything to be in the center, so let's say item to be in the center. Let's add text center. Okay, like this look good. So add the text center to this div only, so let's add the center first, text to be center, everything will be in the center. Now if you increase the size, right, it's covering all this screen. So what we can do, we can give some padding to this one. Okay, but we want that padding to all of these our components, right? So go to our um, index.js, and here we can give padding. So let's say class name. Initially we can give padding of 5, and when screen size is smaller we can give padding of 7, and medium or larger we can give padding of 10. If I increase the size, it's look I think good, but I don't think so. We don't need to change anything at this point. Okay, now let's add some margin from the top, and we can change the text color, and I will make the font size little bigger and more um, bolder. So here only I can add the margin top to 7. Okay. And then in the hero section 35 pixel, font to be extra bold like this. Okay. For this near you, let's add some styling to this one. So I will add the text of blue color like this, and also I'm gonna change the color of this text as well. So class name text gray. If you see our mockup, it looks similar, right? You can do padding X to this one as well. Okay, so it will be in the one line. Okay, so let's add some padding X to 20 in maybe set. This look good to me. If I increase the size, it will be look like this, and if I decrease the size, it will be like this, right? Now we give this padding X to 8, but we can give also if medium size padding X to maybe let me check the size 16. It does not affect anything, but let me quickly check. See, it's working perfectly fine. Okay, next we will add the search input with the button. Now let's add the search input bar. So in order to add it, right, you have to write a lot of Tailwind CSS. Depends on what you how you want to give the style, right? So one of the best solution for this one, you just need to search for the Tailwind CSS search bar. Okay, so for example like this, and most of the time flow byte will come up, right? And if you see, they will provide a source code with the how it looks like, right? If you see different types of search bar, you will able to see, and you can also get the um, code for it, right? And it's completely pure Tailwind CSS code. So in this case, I will copy this code, okay? And I decided to go with the search bar, copy this line of code and paste it here, okay? Also, you have to remember one thing. Let me first remove this error. We have to end the input tag, right? This is the HTML class, right? And we have to change with the next or React.js. So I have to replace this class word with the class name, because this class was is reserved in a React. That's the reason. And I replace this all of this class with the class name. And if I save it, go back to application, and if you see, you can able to see this one, okay? Now you can change, you can add your own custom styling to this one, okay? It's up to you, but right now I'll keep as it is, which because it's matching to our theme and everything. So let me update the placeholder. So what I will do, I will update the placeholder. I will update this search with zip code, okay? And save it. Perfect. And we are ready with our search input bar, okay? Now, in order to when user type the search input bar, right, and search it, you want to console whatever the input is user return, right? So go to the input and just type on change, okay? So whenever user type something, this on change method will get called. So here you can add text. In this case, for now we can just console whatever the user return, right, and text, save it, right? If I type one, you will see we are getting a lot of information, correct? But our value is stored in target dot value. See, one. If I type 2 3 4 5, let's search the, we have to search with the last object, and if you see target dot value 1 2 3 4 5. So in order to get the exact value, we have to write text dot, oh, sorry, text dot target dot value, and save it. Let's clean the console and type everything 1 2 3 4 5, and if you see, we're getting the exact value whatever the user type. See, perfect. Okay, now this value we can store in a state, right? So define one state. So constant search text comma set search text to set the value for the search text, okay? And we will use the inbuilt hook of React called use state. This is the React inbuilt state management hook, okay? Now instead of console log, we will replace with the set text, sorry, set search text, okay? And save it. Now whenever you use the type, this value is stored in search text, and on the button or click of this one, we can console it, right? So what we can do, we can first of all, we can define one method. So just type constant search button on, okay? We can write on search button click, and then we can console the search text, right? Search text, because this search text contain our text which we search, right? And this method we can call on the click of search button. So for this is our search button, and we can call on click method, and this method you can call it here, okay? And save it. Now if I type something, right, wait, like this, and if I click search, got the error, right? Or console log is not defined. Let me check where it is. So this is need to be like this, okay? Console dot log, and save it. And now let me clean this one. If I click search, you will see search text, and the text whatever the input user entered, right? As simple as that. This is how input on-chain text will work, right? And also you will learn this state management, how we can use it, how we store the value, how user can input the value, and how we can store it in our state, okay? Now implement this game list category. So let's go back to application. I already added the all the images which we required in my public images folder. Okay, so here we'll see badminton, cricket, and so on. And also, I created a new folder called shared, and inside this one, I created a new file called data.js. Inside, I added this list of games. Okay, so it has ID, the name, and the image path. Okay, so whatever the games icon which we are showing on the hero section, that all information I added in this JSON format. Okay, and just I exported that one so that we can use anywhere throughout the application. So let's go back to the game list, and first of all let's iterate this all the game list, right? For that one, import the data first from, give the path. So in this case it's shared slash data. Okay, and now I will define your state first. So here I will define state called games and set games equal to use state. Okay, and inside the use effect I will use effect. If you don't know what is use effect, please watch my previous video. Okay, so this is inbuilt hook, and this will execute only once if you are passing this empty array, and it will execute one whenever the components get loaded. Okay, and then here you can just set the games data using data dot game list. Okay, now in the game we have the list of all the game list which you want to show, right? I will make it these games. Perfect. Now just iterate this one. So in order to iterate, like games dot map that one and item. Okay, like this. So arrow function we have to display. Okay, perfect. And here first of all let's display the image. So image source. Okay, and inside this add item dot image. Okay, because in data we are accessing this image, right? And now save it. Let me open our projects inside window. Oops, sorry, not this one. So if you see, we got all the images. Okay, also display the list of all the name text, the name of this games, right? So in h2 tag I will add the item dot name. Okay, and if you see, it also showing the name. Perfect. Now let's apply some styling. Okay, first of all I will update the, I will add the width and height for this one. So just add width of 45 and the height also. And then uh, let's add the styling to this name as well. So add class name, and I will make this size to 14 pixel, and also I will make text to be aligned in the center. Okay, like this. Now what I have to do, we want everything horizontal line, right? So give class name to be x. Okay, but what you have to do, you we have to make sure when the screen size bigger or larger, right? The column need to be modified. So instead of adding the flex I will add the grid. Okay, and when the screen size is smaller I will add grid columns to be 3. Okay, like this. Right now it's smaller screen, right? Now let me change this view actually, and let me explain it. Okay, so right now it's smaller screen, right? When the screen size is large or the smaller, right? This is extra small. When screen size is smaller I will make this grid column to 4. Okay, now right now if this is a smaller, oh sorry, let me smaller like this. This is smaller screen size and this is the large screen size. Okay, now if the screen size is medium we'll show grid columns to 5. Okay, so if I increase the size I will see 5 items displaying. Okay, and if screen size is larger I will display grid columns 7. If I increase the size a little bit like this, you see everything is displaying on one line. Perfect. Okay. Also, I will give some margin from the top to be like 4 and save it. Now, for this div, I will apply some styling. For example, uh, I will add the flex and then flex column. Okay, and then I will justify in the center. Oh, sorry, not justify. Let's add item to be in the center. Item to be in the center. It will be in one line. Everything, right? And now this look good. Okay. Now, second thing, let's add some effect to this one, right? First of all, I will add the cursor pointer, so whenever I move this pointer right, it will change to cursor pointer. Right now we are in mobile view, so it's not displaying. That's fine. Okay. For example, if I remove this view right now, if you see, it's change point to the cursor. Okay. Now next thing, we will add some animation. Okay. So on hover, I want to do the animation bounce. See, right, like this, right? But we have to make sure whether do you want animation for the text as well or just for this image, right? So what I will do, I will remove this animation and I will add to this div only. Okay, so for this class name I will add this animation. Okay, now only this text and this images get bounced, right? uh, for the smoothness I will add the transition to be on and duration will be like 150, right? And if I check, see how easily and smoothly is it applying this animation, right? Perfect. And yeah, that's all. So we pretty much completed this one, right? And now on the click of this one, we have to filter it out all this our listing. Okay, that we will cover next, right? But if you don't understand anything, okay, you can ping me or you can comment me in the comment section, and you can access this source code anytime on my github channel. So the github link, okay, and the github link is in the description, so you can go and check it out. Okay, so next we will configure the Firebase, okay, so that we can connect our application to Firebase and then we can fetch the data from the Firebase and display it on the screen. Now, in order to integrate the Firebase, first of all, go to the Firebase console. Okay, and if you don't have any new project, so create a new project by clicking Add Project and just type the project name, and that's all. Okay, so I already have this project created. Okay, so go to the project. Once you land on this project, right, here you will see different types of ads. So here you can click Add App. Okay, and you will get the bunch of options like iOS, Apple, Android, Web, okay, Unity, and Flutter. Okay, so right now for the Next or React, right, we will create Web. Okay, click on Web and give the application name. So in this case, we'll give Ninja Player. Okay, and you can set up the Firebase hosting. We will keep as it is for now and say register app. Okay, so it will take few seconds to register the application, and then you will see this command in order to install the Firebase. So copy this command, go to your application, and in the terminal execute this command and enter. Okay, and then you will see this Firebase configuration, correct? So copy this, all of this Firebase configuration. Okay, so I will copy this one and then go to a project. Okay, make sure this Firebase is installed correctly. Right now it's still installing. Okay, in meantime, you can create one folder called configuration if you want. Okay, or you can put it in shared folder, that's also fine. So I will put it in the shared folder, and here you can say Firebase config.js. Okay, and inside that I will paste my code. See how it is easy it is, right? And save it. Now go back to a Firebase console, sorry, and continue to console. Now we successfully integrate the Firebase. Now let's try to fetch data Okay, so let's go to the Firebase console. Okay, so let me open this Firebase console, and make sure your app is showing. Okay, so if you click on this app and if it's disabled, just click enable like this. Okay, and then let's go to this Firebase database, Firestore database. Okay, here you have to create collection. I already created one collection called posts, and I added one document with the title and the description. Okay, you can create one by clicking start collection, give the collection ID, and then you can add the documents into it. Now let's go back to our project. Okay, and here you have to write the and fetch the data. Okay, because in the home index.js, right, we'll fetch the data here and then we will pass it to the posts component. Okay, so let's go to Firebase documentation, and it help us to know how to get data from the cloud firestore, right? So first of all, if you see, right, we already configured the Firebase config. Okay, this all this we already completed. Then if you come down, right, I show the example, different type of example, obviously. Okay, in order to get the document, first of all, you have to set the db variable, right, like this, you see, right? So we have to initialize the cloud firestore and get a reference to the service, right? So go back to application. I will open this side by side window. Okay, and over here we have to define the uh, reference, right? So what I will do, I will write constant db is equal to get firestore. Okay, like this, and make sure it's importing. Okay, so get firestore I imported, and this is the imported from Firebase slash firestore. Okay, and these are the all other variable which we might need in the future. And here if you see, we have to give the reference of the Firebase config, right? So in this case, if you go to Firebase config, we are exporting app, so we have to give app. Okay, so let's just write app and make sure you will import that from the app. Okay, so I already have this import statement ready here, right? If you don't have like this, right, make sure you will import it. Okay, and now we have this app as well. Okay, so now in order to get post, what I will do, I will create one method called constant get post. Okay, and this will be a async function, so let add the async. Okay, now if you scroll down, right, right now what we need all the documents from that post collection, right? So this is the post collection and we want all the documents, right? Post and all the documents. So if you scroll down, here we'll get all documents in the collection, right? And this is the sample code, so I will copy it as it is and paste it here. Okay, it's it's giving the reference from this particular get doc. Okay, and we are storing in query shots as query snapshot, and here you have to give the uh, collection name. So in this case it's posts, right? And get doc we already installed, sorry, we are already imported get doc. Okay, so if you see here, we have the get docs, and then we have also have the collection. Okay, and then we are adding this reference to the database, and then the post collection name. Okay, so this reference is from the Firebase Firebase configs firestore reference. Okay, and then we are adding the for each loop. So in the doc we might have multiple object, right? So we just printing it by providing id and then doc dot data. Okay, and save it. Now we have to call this function, so let's, in order to test it, I will call it in use effect. Okay, like this, and pass provide the empty array, and in get post just write get post like this. Okay, so what it will do, whenever the application load, it will execute this get post method, right, and save it. Now let's go back to our application. Okay, and open the inspect panel, go to the console. Right now we got one error, right? The above occurred in home. Okay, so app is not defined, app is not defined. Okay, let's clean it, refresh it, and everything's look good, right? That is the previous error. And if you see, we got the our document from this particular collection, which is from the Firestore, right? And this is the sample document called title and description. And if you go back here, this is what I added, right? If you add one more document, for example, I added click auto id. Here I will add title, uh, come to play tennis, okay? And the description I will add here, in Cornelius we are playing tennis, come to join me, okay? And save it. Okay, now we have two documents. Now let's go back to application, clean everything, refresh the screen, and now you will see these two documents, right? The first is the in Cornelius, and second thing the playing team in Mooresville, right? So these two documents we are able to display on the console. Perfect. Now we are able to successfully fetch the information from the Firebase. Perfect. Now what we will do, I will add some more documents in order to display it on the screen along with the images, okay? And then we will fetch it and then we will display it on the screen. Now, once we have all the data, let's store it in a one state. So define one state called constant posts. Set posts in order to set the posts value is equal to use state, which is inbuilt hook. Okay, and initially I will pass the empty array. Now, what we have to do, we have to in this particular for each loop, we have to add that particular document with the previous one, right? So we have to put it in the array kind of list, correct? So here what how we can do, we can define set posts, and inside that we want the previous post as well, right, along with the new post. So you have to give three dots, then posts, which is our previous post, and the new post value, so it will be a doc data like this, and then save it everything. Now in set post, if we have four documents, then four document we will save in post, because here in this case we are using for each loop. Okay, next, uh, we will send this post value to our post component, right? So here we can define posts is equal to posts, okay? And in order to avoid the delay, right, means if we are fetching the information from the Firebase and there some might be a delay, right? So what we will do, we can write one condition: if we have value in posts, then only show this post component, otherwise don't show anything, and then we'll pass it as a null, okay? And save it. Now in post component, make sure you will accept it as a props. So here posts, okay, so that you can show value here, right? So if you go to use effect, and in the console you can check the post value. So post comma posts, okay? I will make sure the console is removed from here, okay, and save everything. Now if you go to the inspect panel and go to the console, okay, and if I refresh it, okay, and you will see the post value. See, right now we are getting only one post, okay? So this is now, after this implementation, if you see in the console, we are just getting one value, right? So we have to make small change here. We have to give posts and arrow function, okay? And then dot 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 post and doc data, right? So with the existing post we are adding new value, and then save it. Now let me clean this one and refresh the screen. Now we are getting four data, right? The four collection, and that's what we have in the our Firebase Firestore also, okay? If you are getting the multiple data, right, the duplicate data, because sometimes this in from use effect this get post called two times, okay? So in order to avoid that, in the next.config.js, make sure the react strict mode is false, okay? By default it's true, but you have to make it false so that you will avoid to adding duplicate value in our state, okay? Now let's display post on the screen. We already have this post array list, okay, and we already console it. So let's display it here. So first of all, I will iterate this posts, okay? So let's post dot map, right? And I will post item like this. And we also created this post item where we will add the card information. Okay, so I will iterate this post item only. So post item, okay, like this. And let's pass the information, but let's say save it. And if you see, we have four collection, means four object in the list. That's the reason it iterate four times, and that's the reason we get post item four times, right? Now let's pass this each post information to this post item. So I will add post, and then I'm passing item. Okay, and make sure in post item you will fetching it that information as a post. Okay, now we need the image. If you see this mockup, right, we have this image, then this all this information, correct? So just search for the Tailwind CSS um, card with image. Okay, and as usual we get this flow byte, we'll go into that one. And we got a bunch of option, right? But we want the card with the image. So this like this, right? So we have image, the title and description, and then we will customize according our needs. Okay, so I will copy this code and paste it like this. Okay, so we have to make sure this class will change with the class name. Okay, just control C, control F it, and replace this name with the class name. This class will replace with the class name. Okay, and I replace everywhere. Also, for this image we have to make sure, okay, first of all I don't want this anchor tag, I will remove that one, okay, from everywhere. And then I will update this source with our post image. Okay, so I will write post dot image and then save it. Now if you go back to our application, okay, cannot read property of undefined image. So let me check what's the issue. Oh, sorry. So control all save. Okay, because I did not save these posts. But if you save now, we got this all the information. And if you see, right, the beautiful card with the title and everything, right? Now replace this title with our own post title. Okay, so for this h5 tag I will change this, and we'll replace this with a post dot title. Now our title will display on the screen. I will make this text size to be excel, not to excel. Okay, and then we want to add the description as well. So let's add the description. Okay, so let's write post dot description and save it. You see, we got the description as well, and we want this red move button, we can keep it as it is. Okay, we will design like mock, not exactly like mockup but similar like mockup. Okay, now we have pretty much layout, correct? Now one more thing, the few things are missing. We want to show date and we want to show this um, location as well, right? So I already have the two icons that I'm going to import, right, from the React Native. So I added these two icon, high outline location and a high outline calendar. Okay, so first of all I will add this outline calendar after the title. Okay, so I will add one div. Inside that I will add that calendar icon. Okay, and after that we want to show the location. So in post dot, sorry, it's a date, right? So post dot date and save it. And if you see, we got the date as well. Okay, now we want to apply some styling. So class name, make it flex, so it will be in one line. And we want to horizontally center, vertical center, so put item dot center. Okay, and for this one we will put the text orange by around 500. Let's add some gap as well, so gap of 2. Let's give margin from the bottom as a 2 and save it. Look, it's look perfectly fine. Also I will change the icon size to text of 20 pixel, so it's little bit bigger. Okay, like this. Now same thing, just copy it, and we want it for location, right? So I will copy this one and paste it here. Okay, and copy this location icon and paste it. Just I will change this color to blue 500, okay, like this. And we want to change date to location and save it. Perfect. Now we pretty much done with the styling and all, okay. But if I increase size, it's still showing vertically, right? So in order to avoid that, let's make go to the post, right? And here depends on the screen size, we will change the layout of this one, right? And also if you see, this image not fully covered, correct? So if you go to the post item and inside the image tag, right, add the class name and make the width to be full. And if you see, width is now full, okay. Oh sorry, the class name is already defined, so I will add this width full here and I will remove from here, okay. Perfect. Now everything looks good, right? Now go to the post, and over here depends on the screen size, right, we will change the layout. So we will define it as a grid, and when the screen is extra smaller for the mobile view, we will show the grid of columns one only. So on mobile view it will look like this, okay. When the screen size is smaller, then we will set grid column to column, okay. It will not affect right now, but if I increase the size, if you see, two column is showing, okay. But don't worry, we'll change. And also if you observe, right, height is not properly matched, right? So let's go back here, go back to the post item, and we will update our height as well. So here I will give height of 150 pixel, okay, and save it. 150 pixel is too small, let's give 180. If I increase the size, now all the heights are similar. Go back to our post, and here after the medium screen size, we will add the grid column of 3, okay. And the screen size is larger, we'll add medium, so we will add the grid columns 4 and save it. Now if I increase size, right, and right now if you see, we got the 4 item in line, right? But if I decrease the size, this is a medium screen size, we got the 3. When I decrease screen size, the smaller screen size, we got 2, and for extra smaller we got the only 1, right? This is how easy you can change the layout with the Tailwind CSS, okay. Now let's modify a little bit, okay. So here if I increase the size, right, we want to give some gap between this all the item. So we'll just add the gap here. So let's add gap of 4 maybe, okay. Let's see how it looks. So let's add more gap, maybe 5, okay. And let's see how it looks, okay. This is look good. Also we give some margin from bottom and padding x from uh, padding from the x-axis, right? So we'll give margin top to 5 and padding x to 10 and save it. Now if you see, it's look perfectly fine, okay. Now if I decrease the screen size, still it's look good. See how is smoothly changing the layout, okay. On mobile view it will look like this, okay, and it's not disturbing our layout or anything, okay. Perfect. Now next, we want to add the model, right? When we click on read mode, the model will open and all the information regarding this particular event will display on the screen, right? Also for you, I'm giving one challenge, right? If you see, right, we added this who posted this information, right? So you can add your own, okay. And also if you want to add button like interested or something like that, or ask to join, right, you can add that one as well, right? This is for you, do it. The source code of this layout and all will be on in the link, the GitHub link. The link is in the description, you can go and check out, okay. Okay, so let's move forward and let's implement the model. In order to implement the model in our application, we are going to use Daisy UI. Daisy UI is the one of the most popular component library for Tailwind CSS, okay, and it's fully based on Tailwind CSS, but you will get a predefined component. You don't need to write all the Tailwind CSS classes, okay. and very easy to install. Just copy this line of command and paste it in our project terminal, and make sure it will install. Okay, once it install, you will go to the components and you will see bunch of different option, right? For example, avatar, badge, buttons, card. Okay, if you go to the card, you will see a bunch of card, and already you can get the source code for that one. Okay, and just you can modify according to your needs. For this one we are going to use model. Okay, so just search for the model. So let me search it here. Okay, here is go. Okay, so we have model here. Okay, and if you see the example, if I click on this model, this is how it looks, and this is what we wanted, right? We can update it, we can modify it according to our need. Okay, so first of all, let's copy this dialog. Okay, so I will copy it, go to your project, and in home, create a new file called post model.js. Okay, uh, so go to home and create a new file called post model.js. Okay, and add a default template here. Okay, like this, and inside this one, paste the code which you copied. Okay, and here we don't want button. Okay, because we will put the button in different way, but let paste it. I will save it. Okay, let me bring our uh, project here like this. Okay, now we already have this post model. Now this post model we want to import in post screen. Okay, so go to the post screen, and over here we'll add the post model like this, and save it. Now we'll see this button, right? Open model. So in open model we have this button. Okay, and for this button we have this on click method. If I click on this one, right, you will see this model. See how easily it comes, and if I close it, it gone, right? Now this button functionality we need to add for these particular post cards. Okay, so what I will do, I will remove this button completely. Okay, I also don't okay, let remove everything. Okay, and save it. Now on the click of this one, we want to open our model, correct? So go to the posts. Okay, we will wrap this into one div. Okay, like this, and for this div we'll add the on click function. Okay, so the it's similar, the one which we copied, right, from the daisy, right? So this on click method we want to add it here. So I will paste it like this. Okay, yeah, and now I save it. Now if you go back to our application, right, because we imported this post model, obviously post model code is in this component as well, right? And if I click it now, you see we got this pop-up, a beautiful pop-up, right? If I click on this one, we got another pop-up. How easy it is, correct? Perfect, we can able to open the model. Now let's customize the model. Okay, now here is thing, right? You don't need to write all of this code, because we want to show the same information on the model as well, right? And some few changes. So what I will do, just remove this h3 tag to this div. Okay, and import the post item. But for post item we want to send the post data, right? So from the post, make sure you will send this, you will send the post information to the model. Okay, so the similar way, we are sending to post item, right? The same post we need to send it for the post model as well. Okay, so let's do one thing now. Right now we only have the post data, right? A list of post here, right? So what you can do, you can define one post, and on click method of this one, right, also set the value for the set post. Okay, so let's like this. Now what we'll do, on the click you will get the single post value, and that value you are going to send to this post information. Okay, as simple as that. Okay, now save this one, and make sure you will get it here. So let's save like this, and make sure you pass to the post item as well. So let post equal to post, and save everything, right? So you save everything. Now if I open it, you see you got this particular pop-up with the card, right? Now you get the padding. So just remove this padding. So just write padding of 0. Okay, and also you can give the rounded corner. So rounded corner be medium, and save it. Okay, make it large. Perfect. And you see got the model as well. Now but we don't have close button, right? So I already have one button, and I will paste it here. And this is the outline X circle, and I gave the position absolute, and at the right at top. Okay, if I save it, make sure you import it. Okay, and if I save it, you'll see this button right at the corner. I close it, it's closed the um, model. Okay, as simple as that, because Daisy UI provide all this functionality. Okay, so you don't need to taking care of the close functionality or open and everything. Daisy UI give us everything. Okay, and if you see everything's working. Now one quick thing, right? I added this post by section, correct? And I want it on the screen, but I'll also not want the read more. Okay, so let's come here, right? In post section, sorry, in post item. Okay, and here I define one model. Okay, and I kept the value to be false initially. Okay, only when if open, right, then only I want to show this posted by on the model, right? So for that one, go to the post model, not post model, in post only. Okay, and here I will send the model value. So model is equal to true. Okay, and save it. Now go back here, let me close this, and if you see, now you gone did not see that particular user's information. Only if I click on this one, then only I can able to see it. Okay, that's what we needed. Perfect. If I increase the size, if I open it, it look perfectly fine, right? And all the information which you need, everything is here. Now go to the spec panel and change to mobile view, and on mobile view as well, right? If I open it, see how quickly it open, and you don't need any issue, right? So this is how model work. I hope you understand the Daisy UI. You can explore a lot of things in the Daisy UI. Okay, so there are chart bubbles. You get the loading option, progress option. Okay, and all of this code you will get it in a one click. Okay, so guys, that's all for this particular section. Okay, next we are gonna add create post page. Okay, so you will learn how to navigate from home page to create post, and user can add the information to that one, and then it save to the Firebase. Okay, and once it's saved, obviously it will display on the screen as well. Okay, so next we will look into that one. So now let's create a new page for the create post. Okay, so we will create a new page in a pages folder, so that we can able to route it in that page by URL. Okay, so first of all, you can create directly a new file, uh, create post.js, or for the good organization, you can create one folder called create post. Okay, and inside that folder just add the index.js. Okay, so that is the default file. Okay, add the default template and change this to create post like this. Okay, and save it. Okay, now if you go to this create post, okay, create dash post and enter, you will see the create post word here. See, okay, so you can able to navigate from the URL, okay, to the file. So that's the reason Next.js is quite easy. You don't need to configure any routing, anything, right? Just add the file in pages folder, or whatever the folder you want to add in the pages folder, and that's all. The routing will generate automatically for you. That's the reason Next.js will help a lot. Okay, you don't need to do any special configuration like React. Okay, but just create a file and you are done. Now in order to navigate, if you have this create post button, right, and if I click on it, you want to navigate to the create post, right? If we are on the home page and if I click on create post, it will navigate. So in order to do that, right, first of all, let's go to our header where we have this create post button, correct? And let me close this one. And here, right, we will define constant route, okay, and we have to define reference of the use route hook, which is coming from the next, right? If I do like use the router, right, if you see, it's imported from the next router, okay, and do like this. Now we have the reference of the user router. So now here we define the router reference, right? So come back here and we have this create post, right? So for this button, I will add the on click method, and here you can add the router, and then you have to push which router you want to add it, right? Or you want to navigate it. So in this case is create slash create post, okay, and save it. Now if I click on this button, right, create post, it will navigate to the create post. See how easy it is, right? If you come back, it will come back again. If I navigate, if I click again, right, it will not navigate because you're already in create post. Perfect, that's what we wanted. Now let's implement the create post screen. Now before moving forward to create a create post page, we have to make sure when user is unauthenticated or is not signed into the application, we will restrict to the create post page, right now. If you go to the create post, user can able to go to create post even though he is signed out. You see the image is not showing. I put the condition, if user is not sign in, then remove the image, means don't show the image, and the button is changed to sign in, right? So what you have to do, let's go back to application. Here first of all, we have to add the session reference. So first of all, write constant data session, okay, is equal to use session, okay. Now we have the session information. After that, uh, define the constant router as well, okay. Sorry, router is equal to use route, okay. So what we can do, once if user is not signing in and it jump to the create post directly by URL, right, then we have to redirect to the home page. That's the reason I define this router and define use effect. Inside the use effect, pass the empty array, so it will execute only once, okay, once the components load. And inside use effect, we can put one condition. If session is not there, right, means there is no session, means user is not logged in, then it's redirect to the home page. So just add router dot push, and that's home screen, means the default screen, right, and save it. Now if I try to go to the create post, see, I'm going to the create post, and see it's redirecting back to the home screen. Even though if I click on this create post, right, it's no longer go to the home screen. See how easy it is, correct? Now you can put a toast message or whatever you want, right? That's your challenge, that you can do it, add your own idea. If user is not login, you can show the message as well, okay. Now if I click sign in and sign it with Google, right, and now if you see, I can able to see the user image. And if I go to the create post, I can able to see the create post page. See, so this is authentication is quite cool, right, and quite easy to implement as well. So make sure you understand this one, and if you have any question, put it in the comment section. So here I already added this simple form, okay. So this is the HTML form, and we gave the some styling with the help of Tailwind CSS classes, okay. So I created this we already have this create post, okay, and I created new component as a form, okay, in the component section. So if you see in the component folder, I have one folder called create post, and in that I kept this form.js, which contain this all the input text area, the date selection, and this uh, the selection, okay, drop down. and it's quite easy. If you see, right, the selection drop down, we already have this game list, right, and that I iterated. And if you want any source code, the link is in the description, okay, the source code. So guys, we already have this information. Right now we need to implement how to fetch the data, means on the on the click button, right, the submit button. We have to make sure that we get all of necessary information which we need to store in our Firebase database. Now we have the form ready, okay. Now we have to make sure that once the user is enter the all information and click submit, we have to store our all the user entered value, and then we have to pass it to the Firebase. Okay. So first, make sure for each of the input field you are providing the name for it. Okay. So for this one, we have the name called title. For this text area, we have a name called description, and so on. Okay. So for each of these particular inputs, make sure the name is you assign. Okay. Next, we have to wrap this all of this one in a one form. So I will do form. Okay. And make sure you wrap it. Okay. After that, for this form, add a on submit method. Okay. So in this particular form, let add on submit. Okay. So for this on submit property, I will write one method called handle submit. Okay. So create one method called handle submit arrow function like this. Now also let's pass the event. Okay. And in order to avoid the duplicate value, we'll add the e target prevent default. Okay. Now on the click of submit, we can submit the value. But if you see, right, if I try to submit, it's saying please fill out the form, a particular field, right, because I make this particular field as a required. Okay. And for this one, we need all the fields are required, so add the required field. Okay. Like this for each of this particular input. Okay. And if I try to submit it, see, okay, that's very useful for us. Sorry. Next, we have to add the handle change event. Okay. So for that one, first of all, let's define one state called constant inputs, comma set inputs, which hold our input value. Okay. So whatever the user entered into this field, this state will hold the value for that one. Okay. Is equal to use state. Okay. And pass the empty object and save it. Now first thing, right, once user submit this particular form, we also need to send the user information. That is very important, right? For example, we need to send user name, user image, and user email. So that we will get from the user session, right? So define that one constant data session, right? What means the login information of the user will get it here. Okay, is equal to use session. Now we also have the session information. Add use effect method, and at very first we have to make sure that you will add all the user information first. Okay. So what I will do, I will set the input value. Okay. And inside that, the previous values I will add it here, right, like this, in a curly braces, like this. And this dot not this dot is used, it add the existing value, okay, along with the new value. So I will call values, and then let's say username, and username will be a session dot user dot name. This is our username information. I will write this three times. Let's write like this. And here is user image, and here is the email. Okay. And make sure you will update this one as well, and email. Okay. Now we have the user information which we already set in the our inputs. Now write one method called handle change. Okay. So we have event e and the arrow function. Okay. So what I will do, we have to use this handle change event. Okay, so here what I will do, I will call this handle change on chain method, right? So on change, right? So once you enter the text, right, the handle change event will get called immediately. Okay, and we need to use this each input field. Okay, so I will paste it everywhere like this. Now we have for all handle changes we apply for everyone, right? Now here, first of all, let's take the name of the field, right? So constant name is equal to e dot target dot name. Okay, and then the associated value for that one, so let's call constant value is equal to e dot target dot value. Now we have the name and value, so let's add it in the input. So let's say set inputs. Inside that, we'll add the values, and then the function dot values, comma, name and associated value for that one. Very simple. Perfect. Now we have everything set up for this value. Just on the submit button click, let console the values information. So let's say um, inputs, right? So we just have inputs. Let's say on submit. Okay, so on submit we will print the input in the console. Okay, now try to enter the information. So I will take text title, text description, take some dates, location is Cornell, yes, zip code, and select some game. So in this case tennis, and try to submit it. Now if you see, right, when I submit, I got the object with all the information which we need, right? It means whatever we written is working, right? So if you see date, description, email, tennis, location, everything is there. Now this data we have to send it to our Firebase database. Okay, so we'll see that one next. So now we successfully able to get the input from the user. Okay, now let's store that into database. So here we have the Firebase database, right? And in the documentation it provide how to store the data in the Firebase Firestore. Okay, so first of all, let's initialize the Firestore. Okay, so the define constant db is equal to get Firestore, and make sure from the configuration you will import it. Okay, then if you scroll down, it's mentioned how to set a document, right? It's quite easy. Just copy this await set doc and put it in our handle submit, right? Make our method or function async. Okay, and in set doc, here you have to import this particular statement, right? So doc and set doc, so let's put it here like this, and make sure you also import the get firestore. Okay, then we already have database reference. Here we have to pass the collection name, so in this case is post, and the document id. Okay, so for now we will add the document as date dot now. Okay, and we have to convert into string because document id need to be a string. Okay, so I will convert the timestamp into the string, and after this we have to pass the input. So remove this one and pass our inputs. That's all, and save it. Okay, now let me go back to our application. So now let's enter some information. So let's add title like let's play tennis. Okay, meet with me tomorrow. Okay, so date is I will put 17, location is Charlotte, zip code I will put some random, and some game. So game name is tennis. And if I submit right now, we did not put any successful message or anything, right? If I submit it, let's open our database, and if you see, right, we have already previous one, and this is our id. So this is nothing but our timestamp. Okay, and if you see, all our data is stored in the database. So we have description with the title and everything. Okay, now let's go back to our application. Okay, so let's go back in our application, and here you will see this listing. Okay, if I open this listing, you will see the information. But if you see, we don't have image. display on the screen because we are not uploading any image right now. So let's see how can we do that. Now I added this choose file input type, okay, and I am just accepting this gif, jpg, png file format, okay. It's quite easy. Now what you have to do, you have to first write on change method. So on change, okay, and first of all we will just console it whether we are getting the correct data or not, right? So just write on change, okay, and the event e, console it, console.log, and then e dot target dot file of 0, okay, e dot file, okay, and save it. Now let's go back here on the inspect panel, open the console, okay, clean everything. So let's add some dummy information, okay. Anyway we are not storing this information because we already commented that particular section, and say choose file. So in this case I will choose this file and just submit it, right? As soon as submit, it post created successfully, and if you see in the console the uploaded a blob file, okay. Now let's go back to our um, this particular storage, and if you see, right, this file we just uploaded and it's get uploaded successfully. If I open it, I'm getting this particular url as well, okay. Now the thing is, we also need a url so that we can store it in our storage, okay. So go back to a project, and here, right, in upload bytes, right, inside that one we have to define one more method, okay. So after this, because this is a promise, okay, say then, and then we have to write response like this, okay. And inside that we have one method called get download url, right. If you go to the Firebase documentation, right, at the bottom you will see code for that one, okay. So over here, right, it's the same thing, we have to use it. But in this case we already defined the storage reference, so just add the storage reference like this, and then add the url, and we got this url over here, right. So here we have the url. Now what you have to do, uh, just set the input like this, right. So I set the input value, and for the image I provided this particular url, okay. And then whatever documentation we have here, I will cut this one, paste it inside this. This need to be async, so I will make it async. Now we have all the data, all the information which we needed for this download url, okay. So we pretty much complete this one, right, and let's test it now. So get post, and we'll add some information here. So come join for grandfather mountain trekking, okay. Then taking as a group something. Then we have to select some dates, some location, other mountain, okay. Zip code, and select the game. So in this case it's trekking, choose a file. So I'm choosing the file and submit it, okay. As soon as you submit it, immediately send a toast message that post created successfully, okay. And go back to home screen now, and if you see, our post is created. You can open it and you will see all the details, like who posted the email id and everything, okay. So guys, I hope you understand this one. If you have any question, let me know in the comment section. Also I want to let you know that we need to some make some modification, right. So for example, in the form.js, right, I created another use effect. So another, this is the very important thing, you can create a multiple use effect, depends on your requirement, right, and depends on the whether the data is submitted or not. I create a one state, and depends on the state change, this use effect will get executed, okay, with the some condition, everything, right. So make the changes whenever you need it, okay. So depends on the your requirement, you can update it, right. The source code of this all project is in the github, so the link is in the description. And now we will create the profile section. Okay, so in the profile section, once user click on this user image, right, it will open the profile section, and whatever the post that user uploaded, that post will able to display on the screen, and user have option to delete that post as well. Okay, so let's do that. Now in order to create a profile section, first of all we have to create a new page, right? So inside the pages folder, create a new file called um, profile. Okay, and inside that I will add the where it is. Okay, let me create new one. Also it's created here, right? And inside that add index.js. Okay, add the default template, this, yeah, and just name it as a profile. Okay, so component name should start with the capital letter. Okay, and save it. Now if you go back to the profile, right, if you are route to the profile, you should able to open the profile page. So if I open profile, you'll see the profile, right? Now let's on the click on this profile, right, you should able to go on this page. So let's open the header. Okay, and here is our profile image, correct? So so on click function, we'll add the on click function, sorry, on click. Okay, and we can directly do the inline routing. Inline routing in the sense inline function call. So route dot push, and then the name of the profile. So in this case it's profile, name of the page, right, and save it. If you come back on the home screen, if I click on this one, right, so make it cursor pointer, so it will be easy, right? Okay, now if I click on this, it will jump to profile. If I click on post, it will open and create post, right? If I log out, right, the profile section will no longer able to see on the screen, right? And even though if I click edit, it will not go. So you have to log in first. Okay, and then you will jump it on the screen. Okay, now let's implement the profile page. So now let's add the profile as a text. Okay, let's give some margin. So from the top, margin top, I will give some 10, margin 10. Okay, and similar margin which we give for this create post, the similar one we can give for our profile page as well, right? So I will copy the same styling and paste it here like this, and save it. Then change the, add some styling to the profile. Say let's say text of 30 pixel. Sorry, make text to be bold, and save it. Sorry, it's need to be a font to be bold. I will make extra bold. Then I will change the color to blue 500. Okay, like this, perfect. And then I will write one tag here. So tag of like um, add or delete your post. Okay, and or just write manage your post, manage your post. Okay, like this, perfect. So now what we have to do, we can use the custom post item, the component, right? Just need to do is to fetch the information from the Firebase, right? So for that one we need a user session. Okay, so first of all let's define user session. So data comma session is equal to use session. Okay, and from this one we will we got to know, okay, which user is it, right? And with the help of email address we can fetch the data. So define use effect. Okay, and empty array, and then whenever the session is available, this use effect will execute. And also define a method called get user post, and inside that we have to fetch the data from the Firebase, correct? So we know how to fetch the data from the Firebase. Okay, so let's come here, right, and just type Firebase uh, get document and get data with the cloud Firestore. And obviously we need to uh, sorry, let me, yeah, we need to initialize this database first. So just copy it, paste it here. Okay, I'm showing every time because you get to know, you understand how to it works. Okay, that's the reason I'm showing you every time from the documentation. Okay, now we have database instance. Now we need a document, right? So we have option called get document, correct? So but we have some option that, okay, with the where clause, or how can we get the document, everything we need to find here. So if you see, right, this get multiple document from the collection and with the where condition is available, right? So first of all, write the query. Okay, so inside the get user post, right, we are right can constant q is equal to query. So we have to first mention the query. Okay, and inside query and collection, okay, and database instance, then we have to provide the name of the collection. After that, we have to write the where condition. Okay, so if you see, right, in this documentation, the where condition is on what uh, field you want to put the where condition, right? So in this case is our email, right? So write email comma is equal to, and then user's email id. So in this case, user, sorry, the session dot user dot email. Okay, and you can make this as an optional and save it. Now our query is ready. Okay, now same thing you have to follow like this, and try to add this one and make this function async, and make sure you import all of these properties. Okay, so for example, they get docs I added here, right, from the Firebase, Firestore, and all of these things. All this function in this use effect. Okay, and save it. Let's go back to our application and open the inspect panel. Go to the console, and if you see, right, we got the one object. Actually, we got a multiple one. Let me clean it and refresh it. And we call where call with the invalid data field value undefined, right? So the reason is the user session data is not available, right? And only we want to execute once the session email is available. So what you can do, you can write the condition like this and save it. Oh, sorry, for this one and save it. Okay, and now if you go to the inspect panel, we got this data, right? So one information there, and the one post is added, and that post is nothing but this one. Okay, perfect. Now let's pass this information to the post item, and then it will show the all the posts related to the user. Now we are getting all of these users post, right? So add one state, so constant user post comma you set user post, set user post, use state. And inside this user post, with the help of set user post, we will set the value for all the post. Okay, so set user post. Okay, and inside this one, user post dot user post comma this particular document dot data. So, dot data. Perfect. And now we have all the user post information. Okay, this user post information we can iterate it. Okay, so for this one, let's add one div, and here you can say user post dot map item arrow function. It to be like this, and let's print something. So for example, let's print item dot title and save it. Let's go back to profile. And right now we got the error that user post is undefined. Okay, so now we got this error, right? So user post is not iterable, or also sometimes it's not defined. So what you have to do, make user post as a pass empty array initially. Okay, and now you will see this. Also, here you can pass user post and end. So if user post is there, then only it will iterate the user post. Okay, and if you see, if I save it multiple times, it's saving because uh, the same data is getting added. That's the reason sometimes you have to refresh it. Okay, so now instead of this one, right, just add the post item, and inside that pass the data. So in this post and then item, and save it, and then you will see the information. See how easily it's showing. Just think, same grid you can apply it here, right? So go back to index.js, and here you have the grid information, not this one actually. So go to the posts and this one. So I'll paste it here and save it. Now if I increase the size, okay, so the width is smaller, right? So let me go back. So over here we added this condition, right, large width, and remove this condition and then save it. Now if you increase size, you can able to see this information perfectly. Okay, and also you can pass one more field called model equal to false and save it. Make it model true. Let's see, perfect, like this. So now I also created this delete button. Okay, inside this mapping only. Okay, so after post item I added this button, so each of the post will get the button. So if I refresh it, and if you see, right, I have two posts and two different delete button. Okay, so now on the click of delete button we want to delete this particular post. Okay, so uh, here you can write on click function, right? Before that I made one more change. So each of this query snapshot for document, right, we are getting document id, and this is how I restructure the information, right? So I'm storing that document data into data, and also I'm adding id for that same data. Okay, and passing it into the set user post. So right now let's create a new I create a new method called on delete post. Okay, and let's pass id for it. Okay, and if you come back here, so just type on click. Okay, and let's say on delete post. Okay, and pass the id. So this is item.id. Okay, and save it. And now if you go back here, okay, let me refresh it. Open the inspect panel, go to the console, clean it, and if I click delete, you will see the id. See, right? Perfect. Now this id we will pass to the Firebase in order to delete the information. Okay, so let's come back to our project, and inside this one I will remove this one. Okay, and in order to delete the particular document, right, this is the uh, particular, what will say, the code, right? So first of all we have to define the Firebase get store, which we already defined, and then they copy this line of command to delete the document. On delete document, right here we can add it. So let's await, make it async function, and give the collection name, in this case is post, and then the id. So id is the id which we want to delete. Okay, and save it. Also here I will add the toast message. So let's write the similar toast message which we have, right? So in the create post we have this toast message. I will copy the existing one, so it may be in the form. Okay, so this post message I will copy it, right, here. And also I will set the one state called show toast. Set show toast is equal to use state, initial value will be false. and the toast message post deleted successfully. Save it. And here we can call show post to be true and save it. Let's go back to our application and let's test it. So let me go back to application, and then we have two posts, right? So for example, if I delete this one, it's get deleted and we only see the one post. If you want to delete this one, you can delete it. Okay, as simple as that. So that's all for this particular section, and we pretty much completed all of this thing. Right now you have one challenge. So you know how to fetch data, how to use where condition with the Firestore. Now if I type something like some zip code, right, and click on search, with the help of the this zip code, you have to filter it out this all of this post, right? And also for this depends on the game, right, which we are storing in the database. With the help of that one also, you can filter it out your post. So this is challenge for you, and you can do it on your own. The source code of this all of these things, feature and everyone, right, is available on the GitHub. So the link is in the description. You can go and check it out if you have any doubt or anything, right? Or you can DM me anytime on my Instagram channel, or you can join my new Discord channel as well. So until then, see you in next video.